Good evening, everybody. I'm going to take a quick second here to double check a few of my sound settings. This has been something of a problem over the last little while, but okay, no, we're good for audio. It's going to be a little bit before I jump into the game, and this is just because I wanted to double check that I've got all of my updates in. And actually, one thing I can do, and maybe let's start with this. There is a trailer for Book of Hours now, and it's a very good one. I know I am a bit of a pest online, so it's like when even if I'm gonna say nice things, it's usually going to be mixed in with silly things. But no, it is like I genuinely like this trailer, and I want to share it with all of you. So I'll start by sharing the link because I hope all of you wind up sharing the link. And this ought to do it. So this is Weather Factory's trailer for Book of Hours. Let's make sure that yeah, that's fine. So considerably more interesting than watching me play. Anyway, but yeah, so the for those of you that are not familiar with how the beta is working, this caught me by surprise originally, but I think it's a good way of doing it. But it does have some implications in terms of me broadcasting. There's sort of different phases to the beta. The one that we were playing was the Curia beta, and we are now on to the Baronial beta, and that's going to be running from April 27th until May the 15th. So technically, I could have played that yesterday, and I was very tempted to, but I'm trying to keep some sense of balance, especially because there's still a lot of stuff for me to get through. I do have the computer back. Are you kidding me? It's saying that apparently it's going to take 33 hours to restore my backup. I'm I'm hoping that picks up a little bit. I mean, if it's 24 hours, it's 24. It's better than losing everything and trying to recreate it. But that is a lot. It did not take me 33 hours to to make that backup. Anyways, neither here nor there. But yeah, obviously there's a bunch of stuff that I need to catch up on, and I figured let's keep this to a regular date. I do want to give a quick programming note, though, especially for the YouTube crowd. It's very obvious people really want to see Book of Hours, and I appreciate that tremendously. So the deal with this is this will definitely be my Friday game moving forward. Now the thing is that if I just play this once a week over the course of the beta, it doesn't make me a very useful beta tester. And in fact, one of the things that came up was because there was the holiday and so on and so forth, I didn't actually wind up doing that much of Curia. So I think there's going to be two things that I do. One, I'm probably going to have parallel runs. And part of this is also because for the first time that I play Book of Hours, I'd really like to preserve that experience of like the very first time I play it, right? Being able to stream that, to be able to share it. There is something to be said for being able to share that with people. And so, I'd be reluctant to go in and sort of figure things out. And I think that was really apparent the last time that I played. The Curia beta, because I feel like I got a decent I feel like I got a decent grip on how the skills wound up working, and I actually really like the way that it works in the game. And so that sort of stuff, I don't know, like for me at least, these are the things that I would like to be visible to people who are interested in this game. But of course, that does mean that if I'm, hey Tikri, how you doing? Have you seen the trailer for Book of Hours yet? But yeah, so it's just one of these things where if I want to be like, if I want to preserve all of that, then, you know, essentially I have to add more days for streaming, or I need to, you know, or I just wind up being a not very helpful beta tester. Neither of these things are really work for me. The link is in the chat, and if you can't see that link, let me know and I can paste it again. I don't mind playing it again, but you know, figure people can check out the video on their own if they're interested. It's short. But yeah, so I think at this point here, especially because I've gotten a better grip on the starting points of the game, maybe what I will do is I'll have sort of two parallel runs. There will be the one that I play on stream, and then there'll be the one that I sort of play on my own time. I've actually also, where I can, I try to steal away a coworker and watch them play in silence. They get a little frustrated with me when I don't tell them what to do. It's actually very interesting to see a couple of my coworkers who don't play games get past the opening moments faster than I did in the demo, which tells you something about you know, the lack of intelligence I display when playing these sorts of things. But that's fine. I enjoy the game tremendously. But yeah, so the other thing is that I realize that probably the majority of people who are going to watch this are not actually going to be watching this live on Twitch, but they are going to be watching it on YouTube. And so there's a side of me that says perhaps it would be a good idea if I'm going to be doing sort of my private run, which is enabled by the fact that Book of Hours has saves. Perhaps one of the things that I could do would be to, you know, one of the things I could do would be to, you know, have a, you know, my Twitch session, then have like a YouTube series that I do. Now, obviously I have to balance that against the Cultist Simulator stuff, but you know, I think it's kind of been established. My time management is my own business. And then maybe I just have the private session that I run, because the fact of the matter is I do like playing these games on my own. I like that I'm able to stream them, but like I will admit I would have played a lot more of this game on my own time if I didn't think that you know, there would be, I suspect that there's probably some interest in seeing me play this, experience some of this stuff for the first time. So that's, I don't know, that's the overall idea. So the plan is, as a floor, once a week on stream. If I can do more, I will do more, but that always comes at the cost of other things. And then what I'll maybe try and do is either dedicated YouTube videos or you know, something else to give me a little bit more experience. Yeah, I originally thought it might have been a theremin, but it was a voice after I listened a little bit more closely. But it is a very good trailer. And yeah, on the work note, I did actually wind up. I've shared Book of Hours the game, but also the trailer with a few coworkers, and I'm very pleasantly surprised that people are into it. Like even non-gamers are into it. So anyways, I've teased you long enough. Let us enjoy Book of Hours, and I hope I have the updated version with you know, with the actual game in it. Books are the memory which does not die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Go quietly. Book of Hours is not a punishing game unless you want it to be. Welcome, please read. Book of Hours Early Beta. Streaming, sharing screenshots, and talking about this beta is totally okay as long as I make it clear that it's an early beta. Chat, this is an early beta. Please note. publishing dumps of game text, music files, images, or other game resources is not okay. Doing these things may get my beta access revoked and will make this cat sad. You do not want to make this cat sad. So there is a little bit of bad news out of this in that, so I believe the way that I don't even remember if I actually got to this point here, but the way that it's working, so there are fixed periods for the beta, and there are sort of different tranches for keys. So I very luckily got in the early run. And then essentially, it ran through. Again, I probably wasn't as helpful in Curia as I could have been, but I'd still like to be a good tester as well as be a broadcaster. And then there was that period of time where the beta, so your access goes away for a little while. You basically get told to wait, which is completely reasonable. In fact, I actually like the way that it's done because I'll admit, like, one of the things when I was planning out streaming was kind of assuming that I would have sort of this access to the game. And the thing is that once you start thinking that way, it's all of a sudden it can be, well, I can get around to trying out the game later. Well, the thing is that Weather Factory needs the feedback sooner rather than later. The game now has an August release, which I suspect is a little bit later than what they had originally wanted. But, the thing is, I mean, I think it's kind of amazing that they're able to do it by August. And that's not to suggest that I think this, is really rough and needs the work. It's just, this is a really, really big and ambitious game. And, God, they're maniac. I mean, it's just because the stuff that they do is so good. So I'm not really under any illusions as to how much work is involved. And on top of that, there's a world of stuff that goes on in the background of games that I don't know about, right? I only kind of get to glimpse at the stuff that's apparent to a player. So I do kind of know how you can find things like the text and whatnot. I do think it's a shame that people have been sharing that sort of stuff, especially because so much of it is placeholder now. Hello, Algrins. But yeah, no, it's just I mean, again, the Weather Factory is composed of people who have made games for a while now. So it's, I would trust their estimates, but I'm not going to lie. August definitely feels like a very ambitious deadline. But I'm excited, to say the least. So in any case, I do think the way, I actually think it's a really smart way of doing it, because having that closed window sort of makes you feel, okay, yeah, I got to play this thing, otherwise it's going to go away, right? And that keeps a steady stream of feedback. And then, of course, I think one of the other additions that they made was the slow addition of new testers as sort of updates are brought in. I do think, though, it sounds like this stuff has caused them to be a little bit slower in terms of adding new people in. Which, again, is a shame, because I would like this game to be as good as it can be. More eyes looking at things is always good. And, of course, I'm sure there are a number of people who would like to get to play this a little bit earlier. But anyways, I understand and agree. If it is not clear, this game is in an early beta. This is the second of the betas, but... Number one, I'm an idiot, so I'm going to play it in a bad way. And number two, and I'm going to pronounce words incorrectly, even though there is guidance inside of the game on how to pronounce them. But yeah, don't definitely be interested by this, but please don't consider this to be representative of the final, the final product. And I can say this as somebody who's been playing since the demo. There's a lot that's that's getting updated and changed. So it's not just a slight precaution. I love this opening music, so I will also give some credits here. Design, writing, and coding by Alexis Kennedy. Art, UI, and production by Lottie Bevan. Coding, testing, and support by, I think it's Chelnock. Icon art by Clockwork Cuckoo. Room art by Adrian Degan. There's also this nice Book of Hours sort of poster that was posted on the Reddit with a book that I think everybody screams when they see the book in the water, but there you have it. And music, Mickey Mar Productions Limited, Mary Beth Solomon, Brent Barkman, with eternal thanks to Mickey Erb. All right, so let's do, hang on, there should be news as well. All right, news. So we are on to 2023 4E2. Welcome to the Baronial Beta of Book of Hours. Follow us at www.weatherfactory.biz and at @FactoryWeather on Twitter to learn to learn about upcoming updates and other projects in the Secret History setting. If you find a bug or the game is crashing on you, do let us know at support@weatherfactory.biz. Thank you, Lottie and Alexis. 2023 4E2, many Curia era rooms more open. Alert librarians might wonder why the Curia released was mostly Baronial era rooms. The Baronial release is mostly Curia era rooms. There might be a clever reason for this, or it might just be that I made a mistake. I would not count myself as an alert librarian, but I was a little curious why everything was called Baronial, or everything I saw was called Baronial. I did not realize that there were going to be a bunch of things called Curia. Well, I guess there was one reference to the Curia I ran into. Anyways, neither here nor there. Now, I think if I continue, it's going to tell me that I should reset my... What? Madness. Also, new sounds. Is it a bit loud for people, or is this okay? We are definitely doing a new run, but interesting. I always thought that we had to start from the very beginning on the... So I'll get a quick read on how people feel about the sound, but Brandkrug, March 7th, 1936. There has been no librarian at Hush House since the fire, 7 years now. Suitable candidates are very difficult to find, but perhaps we have found one in you. Take care on your journey. The seas around Brandkrug are treacherous. And actually, if you could just give me a second, I'm going to open up my notepad in the background as well. The only thing I'll say here, I do really like the sound of the rain, but it is drowning out the music a little bit for me. Okay, yeah. Maybe we'll try that at 60%. I'm probably going to feel bad putting in a ticket about this because I know the mix normally happens at the end, but I should still talk about things that are not quite working for me. Is that working a little bit better for everyone, or did I just make everything too quiet? St. Brendan's Cove. Here the sea ends and the world begins, or the other way around. After storms, the fishermen of Brandkrug village find oddities washed up here. So I'm curious about this. Copy to clipboards, take notes wherever you prefer. Hold on. Huh. That's a neat idea. So, like, one of the things I quite like liked about Cultist Simulator, and I'd even say that this is something that I was planning on doing with Book of Hours, is to take a notebook and jot down notes. Now I don't do that as much on stream because I'm on a computer already and I've got other stuff to do, but yeah, like it was one of the things I remember doing in Cultist Simulator as well, which is sitting down and taking notes. And like you can kind of notice, I do sometimes miss really obvious stuff when I'm streaming. And when I'm actually sitting down and playing on my own and taking notes, I tend to be a little bit less obviously stupid. But it is actually kind of neat that you get the option of copying out some of the text. All right, here we go. The cold comes first. Thunder growling, waves pounding, and finally me, sprawled on the sodden sand of the beach. There is something in my hand. So here we have a memory of the storm. There are storms great enough to shake the moon from the sky, and one's thoughts from one's skull. Heart, sky, and memory. Oh, this is really neat. So if you mouse over, you don't need to click. You just get the description as you mouse over. Right, we're half drowned. Shivers rack my soaked body. Your health is failing. Find somewhere to warm up. I will take a quick second here just for the benefit of those unfamiliar with these principles. We will pause. Heart. The heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. The heart is the principle that continues and preserves. Sky. Wind, storm, echo, song. The intricacies of mathematics and the principles of flight. Law's touch is lighter than we sometimes think. Matters of balance, harmony, and necessity. And this is a memory. Something remembered might be something understood. Memories can be used to help with crafting and to upgrade skills. Okay, so here we've got health, half drowned, heart. We had heart relentless. Winter. Winter is the principle of silence, of endings, and those things that are not quite dead. Element of the soul. The human soul is composed of 9 elements, and this is one. The most other things have simpler souls. Each soul card can be used once a day for the kind of things you do with your soul. That usually means talking to people or crafting. And soaked. In peril of dissolution, intervene quickly, but not hastily. And we have a drowned book. The one possession I kept from the shipwreck. It must be important to me. Soaked. In peril of dissolution, intervene quickly, but not hastily. And it is readable. There are worse things to put in your eyes than this. So one of the improvement that I like here is the lock. So this makes it really clear in terms of kind of gaining access to certain areas. So Brankrug Village, sanctuary in the storm. I will need to climb the cliffs in the dark, and the locals are suspicious of outsiders, more than ever since the Restoration and the new king. Alright, what do I have left to work with? Remember, perhaps this book can help me put the pieces together. So, for those of you unfamiliar with Cultist Simulator, the idea here is that everything is sort of card-driven. Now, Cultist Simulator took place on one desk, and you have essentially everything was sort of represented. You can sort of think of it, everything in the game is largely you, or in either a definition of you or some way that you can sort of speak of yourself. So, we can sometimes think of ourselves in terms of our relations. We can think of ourselves in terms of our possessions, in terms of our knowledge and such. And Book of Hours inherits some of that, although, as you can see, the map has lots of different locations, and a large part of this is sort of healing and exploring this building while you Hush House, while you largely do the same for yourself, incidentally. So there's a few similar ideas going on in here. This is, again, a really minor thing I'm going to feel bad submitting an email about, but I'll just try and make sure that the text is really short on these. I noticed that it looks like the text is actually falling outside the bounds of this text box. All right, so sometimes you can get an idea of what you need either by picking up an item and seeing it highlight, or alternatively you can click and see what can be put inside. Now sometimes the description's enough, right? Salvage. Or sometimes you'll want to take a look at the different, sort of the different aspects. So it'll take an element of the soul, memory, or soaked. So for instance, I could put health, alive approximately. I'm soaked, I'm freezing, but as far as I can tell, I'm still alive. You still have some health, don't lose it. If you need it, you need it if you want to be alive. What else do you have? Oop. So you could put the memory in. Scattered memories. I can't get my thoughts straight. Perhaps there's something in the book. This is the game sort of pointing me towards saying, hey, put the book in instead. So what's left? We could put an element of the soul, or we could put a memory. The book's in bad shape, and I'm not much better. We're both in need of a warm, dry, safe place, and soon. So we add the memory of the storm. There was a storm. It smashed the ship like an egg, but I seized this book as the sea seized me. And then the sea brought me here to Brandkrug. And Brandkrug is where I wanted to be, but it's hard to remember why. What else did I lose in the storm? Now, I suppose this is an interesting question to ask here. This is the sort of thing where you could almost imagine a Twitch integration. Like, so, I think Disco Elysium actually added this, but you can almost imagine Twitch integration for voting for certain options in that. Not that I think that that's... Well, I mean, I would maybe enjoy seeing it, but I don't necessarily think it's something this game needs. But I'm a little curious. I am slightly inclined towards going for my usual collection of Shapt Faust, because we, there was a bit that we left unexplored in the previous run. But I think this one I would be okay adding. I would be okay getting some of chat's feelings if you want. I can actually even do a poll. I just don't think there's a lot of people watching right now. So if you want, you can shout out what you'd like to see in terms of elements of the soul, or you can leave it in my hands, and I'd be happy to make a decision. This is one of the reasons I want to do private playthroughs, by the way, because I would actually like to see a few of the other legacies, I'll call them. It's probably not the proper name, but I will, just for those of you not familiar with these, if you're wondering what we're trying to recover. So Shapt is eloquence and understanding. The door opens both ways. This is fatigued and an element of the soul. Fatigued, wait a little. Fatigued abilities always recover at dawn unless you find a faster means of recovery. We've got core, exuberance, instinct, rhythm, or fet, that part of us which dreams. So this will be revealed later in the game, but when we keep one of these, we will lose the other two until we find another way to recover them. So it's not a permanent choice in the sense that we will have access to these later, but it is something that you need to decide at the start, and it will have some bearing on your character. I will give people a little bit of time to decide whether they would like eloquence and understanding, exuberance, instinct, rhythm. Exuberance, instinct, and rhythm, or the part of us which dreams out of the things that we recover. One of the things I also notice about this game is you'll notice that you can't set... Oh, hang on. Only 4 items. 5th item will be abandoned unless it already has a home. Abandoned items will wait for you outside the home. Okay. Dreams? Okay. The one thing that I've noticed, I feel very bad if I don't name my Cultist Simulator character, and I get really annoyed when I look at screenshots for Cultist Simulator and I see that people haven't named their character. But it seems that a lot of people don't do this. It, again, drives me insane, but it's how people play. And I mean, again, like, people should play games the way that they want. The fact that I'm frowning at them should mean absolutely nothing. But I wonder if that had some bearing on the fact that you don't get to name your character. I mean, there is the sort of nameless character that washes up on the beach, which is also kind of interesting. But I am curious if there was a specific choice made based on the way that people play the game. Obviously, Weather Factory has just oodles of telemetry coming in, looking at every single aspect about how people play the game to decide and do the Amazon way of building video games. Okay, so in chat we have one call for dreams, and that's it. Sorry, we should be using the book. Alright, what remains of me? Dreams? The human soul has 9 parts. Fet is that part of the soul that dreams. Is my Fet strong? Recover this, the other 2 will be lost to the sea, for now. Alright, this is the coast where Brandkrug Isle lies. I've seen it in my dreams night after night. I know there's no way I can cross the isle to these seas. I'll need to find shelter for the night. So we have 4 more elements of the soul here. So we have metal, the capacity for meaningful choice. We have wist, name, memory, the part which remains. Most librarians know that books have souls. Most librarians hope for books with simple souls of wist and nothing else. We have Faust, sight, perception, inspiration, all the glory's gifts, and Arab, pride, compassion, hatred, and fear. So if, again, I can leave it to chat. I won't consider myself bound by chat's decision on this particular one, but I would be interested in knowing, of the elements of the soul that we can recover, is there a preference for metal, the capacity for meaningful choice, wist, name, memory, the part which remains, Faust, sight, perception, inspiration, all the glory's gifts, or Arab, pride, compassion, hatred, and fear. One of the reasons I've talked about this before, but one of the reasons I actually really liked this and why I was absolutely intolerable when talking with my coworkers about this game, and just watching them, or well, not talking with them really, just watching them play, it was specifically I wanted to see what they found interesting in terms of picking. Wist just calls to you, oh, that's interesting, Kree. I'm guessing Algrins doesn't have an opinion on this. Like I said, this may be one that I don't consider bound by chat. But I did want to. I wanted to see what. Okay. Well, I'll put it to you this way: Would you both feel? Fet Wist was your first combo? Yeah. Because I was thinking, I wasn't actually originally going to go with Arab, but I do think it would be interesting specifically because I suspect that this is the one that people might pick the least if they consider themselves personally. Oh, yes, that's me. What else is me? What remains of me? Passion. Arab is the shadow in the soul's cellar. Pride, fear, hatred, compassion. Choose a strong Arab and a past where your passions were paramount. The waves will wash away the others for now. I am going to take a quick look and just see what the others were. What remains of me? Light. Faust is the light within. Sight, perception, inspiration. I do kind of like the idea of dreams, or Fet and Faust, but knowledge. Wist is the soul's memory, the true name scratched on its cornerstone. What remains after the rest is past? Choose a strong Wist and a past where you sought voices that had fallen silent. The waves will wash away for now. I do actually rather like the idea of Fet Wist. And metal is the soul's tempering will, self-discipline, that part of us which makes the right choice. There's actually something that would make me want to say quite a bit about metal in terms of my own background. I think I might have told the story about the bird, but it actually occurred. Well, okay, there's another story that I'll tell, but let's make some progress in the game where I might make an argument for maybe a character that's a bit more oriented towards metal than I care to admit. But choose a strong metal and a past where you made mistakes. The waves will wash away the rest for now. But I think we're going to do Fet Arab this time. So, Arab is the shadow in the soul's cellar. Pride, fear, hatred, compassion. Choose a strong Arab and a past where your passions were paramount. The waves will wash away the others for now. So, when I first left my hometown, I sort of knew that I was going to be working in film, and I knew that I wanted... Actually, yeah, I'll take a... Let's read this, and I'll tell you the story of my dedication to a certain bit. So, I wanted something I didn't have. I don't have very much at all now, do I? I suppose that I should make it easier. First things first, I remember there's someone in the village who will give me sanctuary, if I can get there. Mysteries have been added to your journal. You can begin to investigate them when you and your journal are both dry. So, first of all, Fett is Moth and Rose. Rose is a new one for us, so the Rose... Actually, no, sorry, we haven't read Moth either. So, I knew a man who captured moths in a bell jar. On nights like this, he would release them one by one to die in the candle. Moth is the wild and perilous principle of chaos and yearning. And Rose, the rose which encompasseth all, 9 directions to new horizons, exploration, enlightenment, hope. I do sometimes wonder if Rose is a replacement for Secret Histories, but we'll see. And then Arab, pride, compassion, hatred, and fear, one of the 9 parts of the human soul. This has edge. All conquest occurs at the edge. One who dwells there is blind and cannot be wounded. Another is strong and grows stronger. Edge is the principle of battle and struggle. And Grail, hunger, lust, the drowning waters. The principle of Grail honors both the birth and the feast. An old friend's address. Mrs. Kill is a handy woman, the midwife of Brandkrug village. I knew her long ago in Paris when her surname was not Kill, but Raveline. Oh, interesting! And her sister was a viscountess. Her home is always open to me, though she's asked me not to bring up the title thing when Mr. Kill is around. I can find shelter for tonight under the roof, their roof, once I've reached Brandkrug village. So this is Grail. This also has an introduction. Even in this remotest place, one can meet new friends or make new enemies. And we do have new elements for the book. So it's Rose, Grail, Soaked, and Readable. It was already Soaked and Readable, but now we know Rose and Grail here. Okay, so a quick story before we really make progress on the game. When I first left my hometown, I knew I was going to film. Most of my friends knew I was going to film. And one thing that happened, I knew roughly when I would be visiting again, but it was for a while. It'd be about a year, and then I'd sort of come in for like a spring break. So, I kind of went out, out to seek my fortune in a strange city. Don't know anybody, and obviously, you have the internet and all various forms of, keeping in touch with people. But I quite pointedly did not make contact with anyone. I specifically did not keep in touch after high school graduation. And I'm sure this disappointed a few people. Like, the assumption, I think, was that, I decided to do the film thing and that I was doing sort of a full reset and that people would not hear from me again, except perhaps by coincidence. And I think, it's just one of these things, right, where you never sort of know when your last conversation is going to be. You know that there will ultimately be one, but you don't really know it. There's a couple times that maybe you'll know, but like in general, you don't have a clear idea of when exactly that's going to be. Now, the thing is, I wasn't that great at getting to know people, so this was actually a really isolated period of time for me. But what I did do, there was a coffee shop that we normally would hang out at on Mondays, so when I finally came back to the city, I basically had a cloak and a mask, like basically kind of one of those, kind of the Venetian style masks. I basically looked like an extra in Eyes Wide Shut. And I kind of made sure, I couldn't remember exactly the time that everybody got together, so I was a little worried about that. But essentially I kind of snuck away what I what I had, and I I got like a coffee and a pie or something like that, and I kind of picked a little spot in the back where I sort of knew most people would be, if they'd be meeting. That's where they'd be hanging out, once I got set up and I kind of look around, make sure that nobody's there, I put the mask and the hood on. And I try not to be too obnoxious, because let's face it, dressing like that in a cafe is a really good way to be asked to leave. And somebody said that apparently the staff were about to ask me to go. But yeah, what was happening is all of my friends are slowly like coming in like one by one, and then you kind of hear them go quiet, and it's like, oh, he's just there. And like they'd sit down and the conversation would resume, and then sort of another one kind of comes in, and the same thing, everything sort of quiets down, and it's obviously people who are noticing me. And again, I didn't even want to acknowledge that people were looking at me or referring to the weird guy who's just sort of sitting as this sinister presence, until it feels like more or less it's going to be all the people who show up. And then I sort of finally stand up, and of course everybody goes dead silent, right? The same way that any of you probably would if there was a strange figure in a coffee shop who has remained utterly motionless for the entire time that you've been there, is moving. And I kind of pull back the hood and take the mask off, and I remember really distinctly one of my friends from high school. I just heard, "Oh my effing god!" And needless to say, that is basically it was a full year where I didn't keep in touch with everyone, precisely for the intention of doing a bit of a surprise greeting. And of course, by then I sort of let them all know like how everything was going, and how I was in Vancouver. Made sure that I had everybody's contact information and stuff like that. And that's of course where I found out that everybody sort of figured that I had decided that I was going to sort of sever ties and move on. But with that in mind, so there's the story of me chasing down this terrified bird because that was the condition my parents had given me for getting a pet, and imposing sort of this borderline monastic lifestyle for myself for a year, in order to to surprise my friends when I come back to town a year later. I feel like that gives me some... I think I lost a connection for a little bit. There's probably going to be a bit of a stumble in terms of the connection, or in terms of the video. But anyways, that whole story out of the way, I feel that that's what gives me some credit for metal. Anyways, I do apologize because it's been almost an hour, and I know we're looking for Book of Hours, but this is, I don't know. This is actually one of the big reasons why I like Cultist Simulator and the way that it does represent its characters. And of course, this extends to Book of Hours. I know where my strong feelings are in terms of a character and what I find interesting. I do like the little personality test at the start. But it is always kind of fun to just sort of think of all of those times in your life where it's like again, I'm big on Lantern, and I like Lantern things, but I've kind of gotten a little bit warmer to the to Edge. I'm probably more fond of the Colonel than the Lionsmith. But I also really like Nock too. So, and again, the more you think of it, the more you sort of see more and more layers of yourself. And I think this is just a very fun way of thinking of a person and how you interact with people and the different qualities that you have. And likewise, as you develop your skills, you strengthen these elements of the soul, you have access to more. And so it's, sometimes it's just fun to chat, and I know I tend to be very chatty, and that's just going to be one of these things about these streams. But not all of it is just idle stuff, right? I'm not entirely Reverend Timothy. Part of this is a very indirect way of getting at some of the things that I like and I find interesting about this game. And in this particular case here, I think there's something kind of neat in the representation of the elements of the soul, and the little journeys you go down in terms of remembering. Hopefully, you've all lived full and interesting lives, and you can think about whether or not you have certain traits or others. But the time has come for us to make progress. So, under guidance, we need assistance, sky, and not skeptical. We have none of these things. So what are we going to do instead? Shelter? Brandkrug village must be nearby, but it's hard going, dragging my soaked body across the soaked sand in the teeth of this wind. Which way? Fear. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. I'm pretty sure that's from Lovecraft's horror essay. There's too many that you vibe with. Secret histories, not Grail, Winter. Yeah, well, and this is the interesting thing, right? Because we no longer have to just consider... So there's the lore and the principles that we think of, but of course the elements of the soul have multiple... And I think this is a very conscious choice on the part of Book of Hours. I think there is a... The effort here is to have more than just the one note of each principle. So if we look at the Tree of Wisdoms, which is obviously... Scholars and adepts recognize 9 wisdoms, though they disagree where one wisdom ends and another begins. Something for me to think about. So we don't really need to... Actually, I'll maybe make a note of that. We don't need to use the cursor keys to traverse the tree. But yeah, if you take a look, right, so we have apparently now the best one, Skolakosophy, which is the wisdom of trolling. This is officially canon as introduced by Weather Factory in reply to some Reddit commenter. So we've got Grail, we've got Winter, we've got Knock. And so you'll notice that there are, these connections between different... In fact, as far as I can tell, there isn't one direct, like, this is only this, this is only has this principle behind it. Which I like, right? Like, obviously, there are definitely things that I feel closer to than others. But, I think it's kind of neat to see. It's neat to see this kind of variety in the game. All right, let's tuck away my fear. Help! Brandkrug village and shelter lies nearby. If I can only muster my remaining strength to find help. So I'm curious what would happen if I used Fet. Oh, deja vu. Did I dream of this beach and this wind? If I did, I might remember the path I took in that dream, a path which brought me light. If I were to use Arab... Oh, I can't put Arab in there. Ah! Okay, I should have taken a look. So, needs an element of the soul, and it has to be heart, knock, or rose. So, if I'd been looking, we would have used rose. So, did I dream of this beach and this wind? If I did, I might remember the path I took in that dream, a path which brought me light. At last, the light of a hurricane lamp bobbing in the dark. As it approaches, a face looms out in the night. So, fisherman's assistance. A fisherman from Brandkrug village. He can guide me up the cliff path if he trusts me. So here he has moon. Secrets are soft. Night is softer still. The sea speaks. It is not always wise to listen. The nocturnal, the forgotten. We've talked about sky. He's skeptical. Trust can be bought or earned. Assistance. The librarian lives alone, but there's no shame in seeking assistance from others. Assistance can open new rooms or help with crafting. It disappears when used or at dawn. And finally, he is reluctant, someone who will provide help, but only essential help. Come no closer. What's thy business? A name? Is there someone who might vouch for me with the villagers? Allaying suspicion. Be someone that'll speak for ye. Of course, since 1930 and the Restoration, the locals have grown ever more suspicious of foreigners. But there is someone in Brandkrug I know. The new king is clearly a reference to Charles III, which is a bit of an anachronism because, of course, it did say that it was 1930. But, you know, it's a bait. I'm sure they'll figure this stuff out before too long. I'll take you by the cliffs then. This gentleman is no longer skeptical. So remembering back to our Brandkrug village item, we needed someone with assistance, sky, and not skeptical. We've satisfied all of these. And we get to see Brandkrug itself. Now, if you can just give me a second here, I do want to take a minute to get something to write notes on. And I actually need a very quick, a very quick trip to the bathroom because I did sort of rush home, and I should have dealt with that before. So I'm sorry to do this. We will make a little bit more headway, not at the expense of enjoying the full game though. But I'm going to take a very brief break, and I will run ads just so people who are coming in don't have to get hit with the pre-roll ads. So now is not a bad time for all of you to get yourself some tea or water or anything else that you want, or a stretch. But shouldn't be too long. I'll try to keep it within 2 or 3 minutes. I'll see you in a little bit. All right. I thank you all for your patience. Now we are going to be making some progress. So, let us speak with the Kills. Mrs. Kill is the midwife. Sorry, Mrs. Kill, the midwife, is tall and gloomy. Mr. Kill, the undertaker, is slight and wry. In these troubled times, both are wary of strangers. You need a suitably marked introduction. Check the slot. Sorry, I should take a look at the entry here. I need a mutual acquaintance who will introduce me to the Kills, someone of stature or someone who shares their interests. Mrs. Kill opens the door with caution, but flings it wide, letting the wind bang it when she sees me. So, shelter. So, in this case, it needs to have winter and soaked, so even though the book is soaked, we don't do anything there. So, hello, Java, how you doing? Thank you. It's good to be back in the games, Java. So this is the beta became the new beta. So Baronial became available yesterday, but Friday is the usual day for this sort of thing. So I am thinking about ways to do more Book of Hours because I know there's a lot of demand for it. So, but we'll enjoy the time that we have. Enjoy the time that we have together with the game as it is. Mr. K constructed the bed himself. I rather fear with the same tools he uses to shape coffins. It is not a comfortable bed, but is dry, clean, and warm. I'm trying to think if there's anything I can do with the fear. I really love the art style. It also seems like there were trees that were sort of shifting in. Oh, nope, there's still a couple of trees that shift in position. There's quite a few new sounds. Mrs. K and I sit up late talking over old times in the Latin Quarter when the world and we were very different. Mr. K listens as he cleans his pipe. Wine and ropes, he observes. Suppose the wine is all spilt now, but the roses will come up again, won't them? Hindsight, some things we can only really understand when they're gone. So this is scale, hard without, hard within, hard to rouse, harder to subdue. What is left of the crude powers of the deep earth. Also winter, and it's a memory. And we finally have our health back, so the dwelling place of the soul, the ninth of the 9 parts of the soul, the only one that can be touched. So health has heart, it also has nectar, the green wealth in the world's veins, the pulse of the seasons. Long ago, some called this principle blood. This is also scale, and it is an element of the soul. Now this should be a memory. I'm gonna guess... Huh. Or maybe it's scale that causes it to move out. Anyways. So the Reverend Timothy is a hospitable soul, but Terence, his housekeeper, guards her employer fiercely. She doesn't want his innocent's theological enthusiasms getting him in trouble with the new king's men. You need an introduction or a mutual acquaintance marked with lantern, knock, or sky. Perhaps someone who shares his interests in theology or poetry. We've got the post office. The postmistress may have something for me once I know what to ask for. So this requires readable journal and not soaked. The sweet bones. After the restoration of 1930, the new king's agents came looking for his enemies in these parts, and they weren't gentle about it. Since those days, the locals are suspicious of foreigners. No one in the Sweet Bones will talk to me. And finally, the smithy. Denzil Smith has more work than he needs, and he rarely opens his door to strangers. You need an introduction or a mutual acquaintance marked with edge, forge, or heart. Someone in a similar trade, or someone who can appeal to his secret passion for saffron cake. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're first going to talk with the Kills, so the front room. The Kills put the kettle on when they see you coming down the street. So I thought I could have put the journal in, but Speak with Mrs. Kill. Mrs. Kill's mood always improves when I drop by. If you don't choose a topic, Mrs. Kill will offer help as a friend. So in this case, I would like to dry out the book. Mrs. Kill is gloomy as always, kind as ever. Mrs. Kill, gloomy as always, kind as ever, lights the kitchen fire and helps me dry the book, while Mr. Kill saws away in the next room. Birth always leaves marks, she opines, as she carefully tucks fragments of muslin between the damp pages. Look at that, silken book. The binding is unusual and half familiar. Some kind of silk? It survived its soaking remarkably well. So we knew it had rose. Mystery Grail, greater challenges require stronger skills. It's a thing. The gentleman makes things his servants. The petty man is servant to his things. Uncatalogued, there's nothing safe as ignorance or as dangerous. Readable and journal. Okay, so let us consider the journal. My journal, the storm has so scattered my thoughts. Now, we don't really have anything that we can employ in with the kills anymore, so we'll leave it be. My journal, I'm sure of it. The storm scattered my thoughts, but each page I turn is familiar. I begin to recall now why I came here. For art. Better yet, for art. A really, really big art. More about your origin and your aspirations in your journal. Picasso? I'll give you Picasso. The artist came to Hush House to master Bosque, to shape and share a primal, ultimate, unprecedented experience, but you can complete the game by mastering any wisdom. So, Memories the Artist. Data was a start. The Surrealist Manifesto? A step along the road, but only a step. The road goes nowhere unless it goes into the wood, and that's a road we can only walk in the dark. Wait, no, not in the dark, in blood. Hip deep in blood. Oh, shut up, give it to me, I'll write it. Oops. Okay, so we do have a Grail mystery. I'm curious if there's anything... Looks like there isn't anything we can do with the memories right now, but we'll do our best. So actually, one option I have here... So I would need to employ an element of the soul. So I can master the mystery in this book with enough Grail to match Mystery Grail. And that's tempting. But it does close me off of the other potential uses. Then again, I do have a couple memories to work with, so decisions. Let's speak with Mrs. Kill again. Mrs. Kill's mood always improves when I drop by. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. Sorry, that was totally the wrong tone to say that in. Midwife's assistants. As somber as autumn, as kind as autumn. She also likes her beer. So, I'm taking a second here just to write down some notes. I wish I had a better memory for these things, but I do want to write... Oops. So, I'm curious. So Denzel, yes, he'll accept the hard introduction. I guess we can unlock the post office if I want. Something for me. The postmistress regards me with the chilly gaze of a goddess image in an ancient hill shrine. Librarian, says she. Yes, I have something for you. Wait here, please. So with diplomacy or bribery. So any assistance will get me access to the sweet bones, and then Reverend Timothy will not wind up talking with Mrs. Kill. So I think probably let's unlock Denzil, and then for Crowcross Sands we need 2 Sky, 2 Winter. And for the Mistcloak Bridge, we need Lantern, Forge, or Sky. The postmistress returns with an envelope addressed to the librarian, Hush House, Brankrug Isle, postmarked in Wales a week ago. A letter to the librarian. A letter to me from St. Ronwin's Trust. The Trust's connection with Hush House is probably benevolent, but persistently obscure. So it's readable and its correspondence. We have a 10-shilling note, half a pound, but not half a note, a recent innovation. It's worth 120 pence, the eccentric currency of a fallen empire. 1 penny is 4 farthings, 12 pence is 1 shilling, and so on. By the way, actually, no, I won't say the specific thing I'm planning with this, but there is something related to the currency I'm seeing if I can do some meaningful work on for a video. All right, Denzil is a surprising source of practical advice. The smithy is now available. So here we've got Memory Foresight, Wits Forge, and Fire Blast, meanings Press and Screw, Coleridge on Donne's poetry. So Forge, fire I once read is the winter that warms and the spring that consumes. The principle of Forge transforms and destroys. Now, the drawback that I have here is, so it's all well and good that I have these different memories, but I am going to need, like, I can't just use these in terms of things like repairs. I think for most of the people I am actually going to have to, pay to interact with them. But let's do the best that we can with what we've got here. So let's start by looking at the letter. Read a letter, a message for me. Read the letter to reply instead. Add ink to add a desk. Oh yes, and I would need an element of the soul. So I don't think, yeah, health's not going to help us in this situation. So our best bet is to talk with Denzil. Denzil Smith, strong as an oak, blackened by smoke. He will never surpass his father, and he is no longer a soldier, but he still has his craft. Denzil will talk about practical matters, though he prefers to sit in silence. 2 shillings will help buy his help for a day. Now, one thing I am kind of curious about, if I don't wind up talking with him, what does that ultimately get me? But in this case, I do want his assistance. So, what do you need? So 10 seconds of conversation. I think we'll also buy our way into the sweet bones. I finished reading. St. Ronwin's Trust wishes to congratulate me on my appointment as librarian of Hush House. The Trust assures me that it will provide the promised stipend each spring, but reminds me that its resources are limited and suggests I seek local assistance in restoring the premises. Let us know when you're all set up and ready to receive visitors, the letter concludes. It is signed simply, the Trustees. Oh, is that true? I'm so sorry to hear that, Java. So that gives me a very good reason to do more Book of Hours content then. Okay, we'll leave the letter for now, and really we just want to see what we can get done with Denzil. What do you need? Denzil the blacksmith will lend me his strength for the day. Make use of the blacksmith's help before dawn. So blacksmith gives me... two edge. 2 forge. Change. Again, with Timothy, this isn't going to be sufficient on its own. However, I could improve Denzil to provide the foresight. So the question now is, actually, the other The one thing I want to do right away is pay. Okay, 6 won't do it. Half a crown. In the time of the Heptarchy, a ring giver was accounted generous. In this bright and civilized century, a beer buyer enjoys the same regard. Okay, so what I'm trying to think about here, we could presumably use Denzel to open the mist-cloaked bridge. We could... Oh, sorry, we can't use him for tidal flats. I could, however, upgrade him to open up the rectory. I think what I'm going to do here is we'll get the repairs done as is. Although again, if I get the rectory open, I know I can talk with Timothy to get this thing open. Yeah, you know what? Let's enhance Denzil with Lantern. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but it will improve the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. I bought a round for everyone, and another, and one more for luck, and thus I was accounted not so bad for a foreigner. I'll find a warmer welcome the next time that I'm here. So we have Solace, Peace After Trouble, Heart, Sky, and it's a memory. So again, we're going to lose all these in the morning if we don't have a use for them. And we have a Florin left over. Okay, while we're waiting, I would like to see... the Sweet Bones has been the public house in Brandkrug since Cromwell's time. Its history is notable, its beer is not. Guests looking for discreet employment for discreet assistance congregate in the snug. So, mine, so if I use a Florin, assistance from a miner. In spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. Miners offer scale and a little moon. Okay, so the question would be for the moon, I need two moon. So the question here is, where do I get the other moon? Alternatively, I may have made a mistake by enhancing Denzil this way. Oh yeah, no, this was a real currency in pre-decimalization Sjaba. I do believe Canada used an equivalent to this for a very early period. Actually, the history of currency in Canada is a little more dramatic than you might imagine. Alright, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for a day. Can I still put memory hindsight in? Interesting. Can I do that with Solace? Yeah. Fear? Okay, I'll not complain about it. So let's unlock the rectory. Tea with the Rector. A mutual acquaintance has induced Reverend Timothy the Rector to invite me for tea. There may even be crumpets. Reverend Timothy's tea goes cold while he expostulates about post-restoration politics and theories about the pagan traditions of the miners. The rectory is now available. So, memory gossip, frivolous but tasty. Okay, so if I want to... The tricky part here now is the only thing that I can really gain at this point is one of the miners. So... yeah, so the question would be, based on what I have here, so I've got Grail, Rose, edge scale, heart, sky, and scale in winter. So in theory, what I could have done would be to get Denzil, grant them winter, and help them unlock the bridge. I don't hate the options that I've done here, but essentially, as long as I don't have anything left in terms of my elements of the soul, so we're sort of stuck waiting. We're sort of stuck waiting for the next day at this point. Yeah, I mean, it is a choice in terms of the currency system. I don't think it's that onerous, right? Like in the end, you get the change, you get the correct change if you collect things. And I'll be honest, like I don't know how widely understood this currency system. I think probably the people who like Cultist Simulator are probably a bit more knowledgeable or just generally interested in this sort of stuff a bit more. So, it's maybe it's a bit wider known, but like this is one of the things. This brings me back almost to Civilization, where some of the early interests that I had in terms of history came from the fact that I would be playing Civilization. I should maybe just double check that I don't have. So if I consider hindsight, yeah, I don't think I can consider any of these in isolation and accomplish anything. The wind moans. Am I alone here? But yeah, like when I played Civilization, some of the original points that I became interested in, actually there is one other thing I wanted to take a look at. I'm not going to hire them, but yeah, like some of the things I was originally interested in, or some of the things that I would later either go on to study or would become things that I sort of went out of my way to get from the library, kind of came from playing games like Civilization and becoming very interested in them. And so this is one of the reasons why I like things like the old currency system appearing in Book of Hours. It's I don't know, just something about being able to learn. I mean, again, money is one of the things that I'm just kind of interested in. Like, not in the obviously everybody wants more money, but like currency and the history of currency, it's just a neat one. So like I've been to the Mint more than once. I've been to the Currency Museum at the Bank of Canada. I'm just a big nerd about that. But the daybreak, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. There's just something about the ability to pick up something on that. You say, it's like, what on earth is going on with that currency system? And then you look it up and you're like, oh, wild, this is a real thing that was actually used. Or crowns has for sure been used in fantasy set. Oh, interesting. The other thing too, right, there's different ways of doing this. So if you play Cultist Simulator and you search for Dr. Ibn al-Adim, probably most of the stuff you're going to find is specifically Cultist Simulator related. But if you do look at Wikipedia, for instance, you have you can find out that, are we paused or are we no? You can find that this is a real person, and again, the one of the really interesting things about the Secret History setting is that there are a number of very significant events in history, but there's also events in history which clearly did not happen. And so, if you know about it, that's inherently interesting. If you don't know about it, that's also interesting, but in in just a different sort of a way. And you can kind of let your imagination sort of run away with you to a certain extent. If you want a chance to be able to, I don't know. I don't know. I guess either you're familiar with it and it becomes interesting because you get to sort of like roll the idea around in your head and be interested on that front. But the other way that I would put it would be that can sometimes also be a point of entry to finding out about these topics, right? So I think most people know about Alexander the Great. The idea of Alexander sort of turning around instead of conquering Persia. Maybe you'll want to know a little more about that significant moment, like what would cause him to do that? What specifically was said to him? What is special about that alternate history that made that thing happen? And then all of a sudden now you're reading a little bit more than what you would have, or maybe you're doing more than watching the Oliver Stone movie or something. I don't know. I think that's to me at least, that's definitely a point where I think the Secret History settings has a pretty big strength. Okay, now I didn't really consider the possibility that, so I need Lantern or Knock, neither of which are currently available to me. So the idea of being able to get Reverend Timothy again was probably not a good one. I can, however, enhance Mrs. Kill, which I'll probably wind up doing. I'll also take a quick look here so I could get a little respect. I'm the librarian of Hush House, and I will question the villagers of Brandkrug, and I will add whatever they tell me to my store of knowledge. We also have Fet. Fortune-telling, I've garnered enough mystique to tell fortunes for pennies. Undignified, perhaps, for the librarian of Hush House, but times are hard, so I don't have a lot of ways of making money until I get some more skills. So I want to leave Arab... I definitely want to leave some Arab aside for studying the Bee Silk Journal. So let's have a chat with Mrs. Kill. Mrs. Kill, mood always improves when I drop by. If you don't choose a topic, Mrs. Kill will offer help as a friend. So I don't think there's any topic for us to discuss. Yeah, so I think we'll have a chat about the weather with Mrs. Kill. Sunny, the sun is not what it was, but today he is smiling, so that gives us Lantern as well as Sky. Weather, each kind of weather brings its own influence. I can make use of these as a memory. And in the meantime, let's get to work considering the Grail Birth. I can master the mystery in this book, enough Grail to match Mystery Grail. So Fet will probably wind up being used in the Sweet Bones, but we'll see what we've got with Kukurbit Bridge first. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So every so often, someone builds a bridge to the Isle. Each bridge lasts 100 years, or 200, and then the sea disposes of it. This was built in the 1890s, and that makes it the newest bridge, but that doesn't mean it's new. Okay, so lodge at the gate, a cottage where Hush House's groundskeeper lived until the fire. If I can get into the place and make it habitable, I can use it as a base for reclaiming more of the house. So that we will require forge, heart, or knock. So I mean, I think probably hiring Denzel is the best option here, but do I have... Yes, I could use my health. That's probably going to be what I do, but let's see what happens with the... Let's see what happens with the study first. Actually, is there a situation where I wouldn't want to have access to the room? I don't think so. So let's speak with Denzel. Denzel will talk about practical matters, though he prefers to sit in silence. 2 shillings will buy his help for a day. What do you need? So I changed my mind about that just simply because I know if I unlock the bed, I should be able to recover my Arab. So here we go. And we've got 2 seconds, so I will leave that here. Okay. I've mastered a mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. So, lesson desires and dissolutions. I've gained more understanding of desires and dissolutions. Use this card with consider or at a desk. So we'll use it with consider, but there's a few other things I want to do first. So first of all, in terms of places that we can unlock, the Great Gate of the house. The walls of the house tower above me. I had been told that it was abandoned after a fire, but there is no sign of any such thing. The building will no doubt need restoration, but it's in better shape than I feared. Books are the memory that does not die, reads the ... Okay, I'm just going to take a quick second. I think this plays after Cultist Simulator. I believe Cultist Simulator takes place in the 1920s. Actually, I should be able to find the text for that. June 28th. Excuse me. Maybe there isn't a firm date. So Wikipedia said, 1920s Lovecraftian horror setting, but that's not a that's not like an official source. In any case, my understanding was that Book of Hours follows the follows Cultist Simulator. Although whether or not they take place in the same history is another question, right? Oh no. Yeah, I would say almost certainly Cultist Simulator is an old-timey game. Okay. Sorry, I wanted to make a note of the slash, and then I'm not sure if this is I'm assuming it's intentional, but all right, so our key would be to knock. I'm not quite sure where I'm going to get that, to be honest, but we'll work that out. Okay, let's consider desires and dissolutions. A new skill, the boundaries between flesh, pearl, and pleasure are equally contingent. And we will also, so guest bed, lodge, stout, rustic, snug. You can use skills and beds, but generally you'll just add fatigued soul cards to have a nap. So the question is, would I add the health? If I wanted to hire Denzel again, I could, but what would I use Denzel for? I actually don't have a good answer to that. So I think what I'm going to do here is we will... I'll put the 2 Arab in bed, so I'll make this my lodgings for the time being. Restore a fatigued soul card and mark this as your bed. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. Desires and dissolutions, the boundaries between flesh, pearl, and pleasure are equally contingent. So, I can use Horomachistry, the wisdom concerned with the laws and disagreements of the hours and their emanations, and the Bosk, the wisdom of the primeval wood, rarely written, often felt. So one of the considerations that I may want to have in terms of picking a wisdom, because so the Bosk would be related to my main objective. However, if I can get access to Reverend Timothy, that's a big bonus for me. Alternatively, of course, getting access to Mr. Kill might be helpful as well. But let's see what the Bosk or Horomachistry gives us. Okay. Assign... Nope. Rescue journal. My memories lie curled in my journal like a seed in winter earth. Once you've rescued and read your journal, use it to unlock the tree. There we go. So we've got the Bosk here. This is my sort of my main goal as a character. So this will give me nectar. Sorry. That's not nectar. That's the Bosk. Red the dawn and black the night, and white what's left. Above we see, beneath we know. So that gives me another Arab, which is not bad, but it doesn't help me with Reverend Timothy. Alternatively, we've got Horomachistry. That would give me metal. I actually don't know what metal gives me offhand. So the question is, do I really want to invest one more time in Arab? And I'm kind of inclined towards it. I have an idea about how I can use it, so let's go for it. Red the dawn and black the night, and white what's left. Above we see, beneath we know. Bosk. So we also got Trist, the change, and the longing, one of the 9 parts of the human soul. So that it gives us moon and moth. Got the Arab. That's on top of the 2 that we have already. And then desires and dissolutions on their own will grant me Grail and Moon, so I can use those to... I believe I can use those to enhance my my other followers. So if I want, I can upgrade this, but I'm actually going to be a little more stingy with the lessons, because I should have other ways of achieving that. So again, it was Knock and Lantern, so I don't have Knock or Lantern with any of these. With Denzel, I need Edge, Forge, or Heart. I could use Arab for that. I could use Fet. I could use... Sorry, Arab... Oh, is it just Arab? Yeah, Arab or just... sorry, Arab or Health. Still only have access to Mrs. Kill. So Trist would give me Fortune Telling, as would Fet. And then a little Respect will give me a Memory. Okay. So the question here... Oh, sorry, there is another thing I wanted to do, which was to access the books. Okay, so we've got a few here. There's actually a bunch of stuff that we have, so let's check our inventory. So first of all, Shadowless Silk, CF Persian Silk Tree. Lantern, life is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. Thomas Brown. Lantern is the principle of the secret place, sometimes called the House of the Sun, and the light above it. I have a glass of Isle water from Brankrug's Deep Springs. Moon, it's considerable. I can use consider to glean more information about this. Thing, liquid, and beverage. There are some things it's wiser to drink in the morning, and others it's wiser to drink in the evening. Pillis oat bread, gritty bread made with the hardy ancient oats that grow at Land's End. Potted dragon tree, a determined spiky little survivor. Scale, considerable thing. Fractured mirror, your face in this glass looks scarred, older, harsher. A certain door in dreams, it is said, opens for a mirror which has just been cracked, but this mirror was cracked long ago. We have a moth orchid scented candle, which also has knock, a candle scented in moth orchid. It's light, so we can see or so we can celebrate. Honey scar scented candle, which is forge and rose. And bright chair, lantern, comfort. Mug of cocoa, Fnord, the saying goes, is not as it was. Heart, moon. Warmly colored yarns, grail and heart. And then my bed, I'm recovering my Arab. Okay, we still need to work out our knock, but I'll worry about that later. So I'm trying to think, what would I want from Mrs. Kill right now? I get 2 grail and 1 heart, and then in theory I would be able to advance more grail and a moon, but I don't think that really gets me anything. So perhaps what I want to do is gain rumors first, and then we can use the tryst to fortune tell when it comes down to it. Okay, moving on. I also have some books that I want to take a look at. So we've got Traveling at Night, Volume 1, The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Olopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. I also noticed that these are already cataloged. So we have a knock and a sky mystery. And this is one uncatalogued book. So we will consider that. Catalog a Baronial Period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Baronial Period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. So we'll do that for 30 seconds, and then what else am I trying to do with my time? Again, we need knock to be able to get further inside of Hush House. I don't really have any sky that I can throw at the problems yet, so we'll let nature take its course. It's actually kind of interesting. So I'm so used to my original start that I have some pretty clear ideas about what's easy for me to get and what isn't, and that's obviously quite different with the artist start. So I'm curious to see how I make this all work. All right, so we've got the Tower and the Twin. This is going to require 4 nectar. So greater challenges require stronger skills. I suspect I'm not going to get that nectar anytime soon, so we have nectar from my heart, but that's about it. So just as an example, if I want to read a book, I can consider it. So some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested. So let's say I add Tryst. Okay. Books are the memory that does not die. Add aspects to match the book's mystery. You don't always need to fill every slot. So we can add soul, we can add skills, could even add a memory. But none of these have nectar. So it's not helpful. We can make the same argument here with Sky and with Knock. And again, we've got Grail, we've got Moon, we've got Moth, Rose, Moon, Moth, Grail, Moon, but none of these are going to get me exactly what I need. Hush House Key, heavy enough that it takes both hands to turn, heavy enough to brain someone, though you'd need both hands for that too. Oh, hang on. Haha, I should have paid closer attention. So we just need the key, which is here. Watchman's Tower, the gatehouse. Baronial period, from the 16th century to the 18th century, the de Wolf family became the Barons Brankrug, governing the Isle as their personal estate. Back in the 11th century, Brian of Brittany built the tower and its gate to protect St. Brendan's Abbey, as Hush House was then known. Later, the Barons de Wolf strengthened the gate against their many enemies, but it's a long time now since Hush House was any kind of fortress, and by the time the scholars of the Curia took possession, this place had long been a comfortable waiting room for visitors to the house too minor to merit immediate attention. So inside this room we've got an expansive chair upholstered in a velvet of a particular richness that invites the hand. Sit down a while, you've earned it. We also have a lingering repose, upholstered in a velvet of peculiar richness that invites the hand. So the repose has Grail and Lantern. The expansive chair has Moon and Grail. We've got Serena Blackwood. No words there. Treasury of Shelters. I like that. It's like an armory for not getting pneumonia. Heart and Sky. I actually should maybe be guessing. This would be a fun little game to play if people can guess what aspects a given item would have. God, I love that term, Treasury of Shelters. Days of Gorse. We've got Reveline Summer. This is signed Brulot, but dated 1902, long after the librarian of that name left Hush House. She did come from a family of painters. So, wall art, you could describe this whole house as a book, although it would be troublesome to index. The Tattered Outlaw, Theresa Blake, 7th librarian of Hush House, liked painting donkeys. No one else liked her donkey paintings, but Theresa never much cared for what other people liked. Red deer antlers, not quite hair, not quite teeth, but proof that someone killed something. Yethhound horns. In times past, the Yeth pursued the impious and impure across the moors of this country. Hendrik de Wolf never liked them. Alright, so the gatehouse, the stairs to the room above are blocked with debris and the plaster is peeling from the walls. I'll need help from the village to clear and restore the place. So this is something that I could use either Reverend Timothy or Denzel with. Now, of course, Denzel is a little bit easier for me to access with money. And the Cloistered Garden requires either Nectar or Lantern, so that's definitely a Reverend Timothy job. I'm trying to be a little less stingy with the money, so we are going to move up by hiring Denzel, or we would if I had the skills required, which I don't. Arab will help, though. Regret. Okay, so that's good for Winter and Forge. Every choice has its shadow. A half-hour chatting with someone uncomplicatedly happy. Could that have been me? Would I want that? So we will use our tryst to make a little bit of money. I've garnered enough mystique to tell fortunes for pennies. Undignified, perhaps, with the librarian of Hush House, but times are hard. Cured Charlie, how you doing? Very happy to see you. I hope you are doing well. And as I'm fond of telling people, I don't take attendance, so I'm happy to, always happy to see names, whether they are ones I commonly see or whether or not, or if they're ones that I only get to see every once in a while. But thank you very much for. I always love it when people take the time to say hi, because I know it's very easy to And it's very easy to just lurk. Doing better than ever, moving into IT soon. Congratulations, I'm very glad to hear that. Probably more glad to hear your excitement. Obviously, I think anybody can make the most of any job opportunity that they see. But I'm glad you found something you're excited about. All right, we've got my Arab back. So this is a place. Sorry, this is a safe place for me now, to the extent that dreams are safe. And the fortunes I tell may be true, and they may be real. The money, at least, is real. So 2 pence for that. We'll employ the FET as well, and I figure I might as well try and recover some of my ability. Arab doesn't actually make a whole lot of sense to try and recover at this point, because at night I'm not going to be able to improve Mrs. Kill. So let's use the Arab here. Mrs. Kill's mood always improves when I drop by. Oops. And then we can also use the Arab to hire Denzil. Denzil will talk about practical matters, though he prefers to sit in silence. What do you need? So we're going to get Denzil to help us with the gatehouse stairs. All right, so to get to the top floor, we will need Grail or Sky, so Mrs. Kill will help us out with that. We also have a few other things that we can take a look at. So let's take a look at the things that I'm probably not going to work with first of all. So we've got a night sky chair, moon, considerable comfort, as above so below, sky, considerable wall art, barren silence, astrolabe. We've got some books, we'll deal with those in a little bit. Star-strewn chair, Walter de Wolf, scale. We've got the Ava desk, a magnificent 18th century secretary desk commissioned for Lady Ava de Wolf, last of the Brandkrug de Wolfs. Now, this is an opportunity for me to write the letter. So we've got Ugal, a variant of Iron Gall ink, particularly difficult to erase, a minor ink of power, which has nectar. So it's important to note what the different desks will accept. So in this case, the Ava desk will accept Edge, Grail, Moon, and Winter. So if I want to write a reply, so I don't want to read it, I want to write it. So reply to St. Ronwin's Trust. Add a soul card to determine the tone of the letter. Not all desks allow soul cards. Now, I don't actually... So in this case, I would need either... I'd need my Arab... I think Whist as well would work. But obviously I've tied that up, so never mind. Finally, we will catalog some books. I should be able to do more than one, so we will consider this baronial period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to the 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about the knowledge it might contain. Likewise, we will do that with the De Wolf desk. Oh, Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. So, top floor of the Watchman's Tower. The ceiling bows worryingly under the damp patch. There must be a leak in the observatory. The sun above knows what state it's in. I should seek help and enter carefully. So similar to the last room, we're going to take a quick look at what's available to us. So we've got a couple of books here. We've got Kitty's armchair. Kitty Mazarine napped in the armchair and dreamt of mirrors. She woke to find herself humming an unknown melody. That melody became her, fuguing tune? 30 birds. If this is really that armchair, it's a little bit of history. So, sky, we've got the telescope. The scholars of the house watch the courses of the stars to determine their pasts and understand their future. So this requires lantern or sky. Oh yeah, sorry, I should be reading the names of the different rooms. So we've got Watchman's Tower, first floor. The notorious Ava de Wolf, first and last Baroness Brandkrug, liked this room because this side of the house carried fewest memories of her poor brother, because this side of the house carried the fewest memories of her poor brother, Valentine. So she could eavesdrop on the conversations of visitors waiting below, or just because how the pale light slanted through the windows in the last days of winter. Watchman's Tower Observatory. Thomas de Wolf, 2nd Baron Brandkrug, who they call Baron Silence, built this observatory in 1576, by happy coincidence, just in time to observe the passage of the Great Comet in 1577. Okay, so we are going to want to catalog the books that we find there, but obviously we are otherwise occupied. Oh, there's also a drink, a glass of Domaine Reveline. So obviously that's the thing you have in the morning. Let's see. All right, so we have got the Orchid Transfigurations, a birth. I don't remember where these went, to be honest. I guess this probably would have been here. And Kittling Ripe's Tasty Treats, that's a 2-nectar mystery. So we, at the minimum, have Orchid Transfigurations taken care of. So, the second volume of a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is in the original Latin, so readable. It's a thing, tally price of 3, it's written in Latin. So, a dead language, dead as diamonds. The librarian reads Latins, but don't assume others can. It's codex, pages, cover, spine, knowledge, decently tucked away like organs. And again, the reason why I'm not worried about this Mystery Grail, we've got Desires and Dissolutions, and we can improve it with, we can add that with Arab, and we'll be able to turn that into 4. Actually, I'm curious. Skill without effort is like tea without boiling water. No one wants to eat tea leaves. Add a soul card. Let's keep cataloging books. So at this point, to explore further, we're going to need Lantern or Nectar. I should be able to access Timothy after we gain some skills, though, so we'll see. All right, the fortunes I tell may be true, and they may be real. The money, at least, is real. What else are we trying to do? I think that's it. I'm trying to get the heart and the tryst back, but the big question would be whether or not I want to try and do anything over the night. I think it would be better to just let my skills come back naturally. Okay, so we've got the wound wounds. The wound wounds, not homophones. So readable, it's a thing, tally price of 3, level 10 knock mystery. It's a codex and written in Kilisimi, a woven language. You never understood why they call Latin a dead language. We can still speak it. We also still use it. I'd call it sleeping, probably. Yeah, so I believe the distinction for the dead language is just that it's one that's... So I think there was a fairly conscious decision made to preserve Latin in a particular form. I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think... Hey, Aegis Sounder, how you doing? So if I recall correctly, and again, this is absolutely just like oral transmission here. I don't want to give the impression. I mean, I don't think I'm going to give the impression of expertise anyway. But I think there was a recognition that the Latin as being used at a certain time was looking less and less like what you would find in some of the classical sources, and so I think there was a conscious decision to preserve it in a particular form. And obviously that is different from the way that English works, where it's a news item now, right, as to what words are added to the dictionary. Whomst. Bing may not think that whomst is a word, but you all know what I mean when I say it. Obviously, that's a terrible example because that's not really a word. But, Google, like, there is no Latin word for Google. And there never will be, because it's one that is sort of kept. So I think specifically it's the fact that it's one that is sort of fixed in place. I don't think it has anything to do with usage. Let me just take a quick look and see if there's a specific definition for dead language. In linguistics, a dead language is usually defined as a language that some people still use, even if there are no native speakers left. So it has absolutely nothing to do with what I said here. Latin is probably the most widely known dead language. Nobody speaks it as their everyday language anymore, but it is still studied for academic purposes. Plus, it teaches us a lot about other commonly spoken languages that are still in use, like the Romance languages. Examples of an extinct language. Extinct languages do tend to be those that are niche to a community or a smaller population, rather than those that are considered the native language of an entire country. As mentioned above, some languages become extinct when the last living speaker dies. This was the case for Native American language Klalam, which became extinct in 2014 after its last speaker, Hazel Sampson, passed away. There are currently 570 known extinct languages, with some notable examples being Ayak, Yana, Tunica, and Tillamook, which are all mostly from Native American tribes. Examples of a dead language. As we discussed above, one of the most well-known dead languages is Latin. We covered how it died and how it continues to be used in another post, if you fancy learning more. This is a website I'm reading, incidentally. But Latin isn't the only dead language. Some of the other known dead languages are Sanskrit, Biblical Hebrew, Ancient Greek, and Gothic, all of which are studied both academically and religiously. However, not all hope is lost for dead languages. The native languages of the Isle of Man, Manx, was once dead and close to being extinct, but thanks to members of the community supporting its revival, Manx is no longer a dead language. How do languages die? Languages have faded out of memory for many reasons, far too many to discuss in one article. To give you a feel for the breadth of reasons, here are a few of the most common. Evolution. Languages are always evolving, along with the culture and lifestyles of the people who speak them. The English of the 1500s would be barely recognizable to us today, and in fact, sounds much more like modern German. Transformation. Ancient Greek went through a series of changes that make modern Greek look and sound significantly different. Some languages like Latin didn't die because all of its speakers died. It just gradually evolved into another set of languages we call the Romance languages, Italian, Spanish, and French, among a few others. Genocide. Some languages die because of genocide, kill off an ethnic group of people, and their language goes with them. Sadly, this happens more often over time than we'd like to think. For example, many unknown languages died this way when European invaders took over Tasmania in the early 19th century. Coercion and cultural control. Other languages die because of foreign invaders impose a state language on conquered territories and force or coerce residents to stop using their native tongues. Absorption. Some languages die because the people who speak them assimilate with a larger group that's geographically close. And that language becomes dominant language instead their own. The Yupik Eskimos language is endangered today because the Yupik children began learning English and are using it far more than their native language. Why does it matter? For linguists, language death is a big deal. As Linguistic Society of America puts it, when a community loses its language, it often loses a great deal of its cultural identity at the same time. Although language loss may be voluntary or involuntary, it always involves pressure of some kind, and it is often felt as a loss of social identity or as a symbol of defeat. Frequently, traditions are abruptly lost in the process and replaced by the cultural habits of the more powerful group. For these reasons, among others, it is often very important to the community itself that its language survives. The loss of language also impacts our understanding of the world's history, diversity, and cultures. When languages die, often the history, traditions, and culture of the people who spoke it die too. Without that slice of knowledge, our understanding of the world can be less complete. Can languages be resuscitated? It's not easy to shock a dead language back to life, but some linguists are determined to do it. The Endangered Languages Project is a fascinating jumping-off place if you're curious, but beware of if you're a language geek. The rabbit hole is deep. For languages on the endangered list, there's more hope. The remaining native speakers can sometimes incite change and deeper value for their culture to help preserve the language before it flickers out. Technology helps too. We have the ability to make audio recordings, phonetic transcriptions, and digitally preserve other resources so that when a language does die, we still have the ability to keep it frozen in time. And that can make all the difference for future generations who want to learn the language of their ancestors or to dig deeper into their own history. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about the hospital, Aegis. Yeah, so Sanskrit, just to be clear, the effort here was to refer to dead languages in a technical term here, and the idea of it, and specifically it started off as defining it as one that people still use it, but don't necessarily use it as as sort of a native speaker. So it's definitely not to imply that Sanskrit is not used, because another example would be Latin, which is clearly one that's also in current use. Now, I'm sorry to spend some time away from Book of Hours, but I think just on that note, there is actually a point that I'd like to make, because this is relevant to some other reading that I was doing. And this will hopefully give a bit of an idea in terms of what it's talking about in terms of transmitting knowledge. This is from W.K.C. Guthrie, The Greek Philosophers from Thales to Aristotle. And this is in the introductory section. It's actually not that, the book's about 164 pages long, I think. It's hard to find. I don't know if it's still published or not. Okay, this is probably going to be a bit longer than I wanted, but I also don't want to spend too much time searching in silence. So this is like page 4 from this text. I'll see if I can make the point without going over several pages. But again, this is the introduction. The specific section here is called Greek Ways of Thinking. And here it must be said frankly, though with no wish to dwell on a difficulty at the outset, that to understand Greek ways of thinking without some knowledge of the Greek language is not easy. Language and thought are inextricably interwoven and interact on one another. Words have a history and associations, which for those who use them contribute to an important part of their meaning, not least because their effect is unconsciously felt rather than intellectually apprehended. Even in contemporary languages, beyond a few words for material objects, it is practically impossible to translate a word so as to give exactly the same impression to a foreigner as is given by the original to those who hear it in their own country. With the Greeks, these difficulties are greatly increased by the lapse of time and difference of cultural environment, which when two modern European nations are in question is so largely shared between them. When we have to rely on a single word, English equivalents like justice or virtue without an acquaintance with the various usages of their Greek counterparts in different contexts, we not only lose a great deal of the content of the Greek words, but import our own English associations, which are often quite foreign to the intention of the Greek. It will therefore be necessary sometimes to introduce Greek terms and explain as clearly as possible how they were used. If this should have the effect of enticing some to learn Greek, or refurbish any Greek which may have been learned at school and dropped in favor of other things, this will all be to the good, but the present account will continue on the assumption that any Greek word needs to be explained. Before going further, a few examples would perhaps be helpful to bring out my meaning when I say that if we want to understand an ancient Greek thinker like Plato, it is important to know something about the history, affinities, and usage of, at any rate, the most important of the terms which he employs, rather than resting content with loose English equivalents like justice, virtue, and God, which are all that we find in most translations. I cannot begin better than by a quotation from Cornford's preface to his own translation of the Republic. This is Cornford speaking. Many keywords such as music, gymnastic, virtue, philosophy have shifted their meaning to or acquired false associations for English ears. One who opened Jowett's version at random and lighted on a statement at 549b that the best guardian for a man's virtue is philosophy tempered with music might run away with the idea that in order to avoid irregular relations with women, he had better play the violin at intervals of studying metaphysics. There may be some truth in this, but only after reading widely in other parts of the book would he discover that it was not quite what Plato meant by describing logos combined with musicae, and is the only sure safeguard of arete. Back to Guthrie. Let us take three terms which will generally be agreed to stand for concepts fundamental in the writings of any moral or metaphysical philosopher in which they occur, the words which we translate respectively as justice, virtue, and God. Incidentally, for those of you who have ever read Plato and been confused about some of this will be helpful. The word translated justice is dike, from which, and I may be pronouncing these incorrectly, which comes from an adjective dikost, just, and from that again a longer form of the noun dikosine, the state of being dikos. The last word is one generally used by Plato in the famous discussion of the nature of justice in the Republic. Now, the original meaning of dike may have been literally a way or path. Whether or not that is its etymological origin, its earliest significance in Greek literature is certainly no more than the way in which a certain class of people usually behaves, or the normal course of nature. There is no implication that it is the right way, nor does the word contain any suggestion of obligation. In the Odyssey, when Penelope is reminding the servants what a good master Odysseus was, she says that he never did or said anything that was cruel or overweening, nor did he have any favorites, as is the dike of lords, i.e., it is the way they are wont to behave. When Eumaeus, the swineherd, entertains his master unawares, he apologizes for the simplicity of his fare by saying, "What I offer is little, though willingly given, for that is the dike of serfs like myself, who go ever in fear." It is, he means, the normal thing, which is to be expected. Describing a disease, the medical writer Hippocrates says, "Death does not follow these symptoms in the course of dike," meaning simply does not normally follow. And then he offers some quotes, some references here, which if people are interested in the references, just speak up. It was easy for such a word to slip from this purely non-moral sense of what was to be expected in the normal course of events and to take on something of the flavor which we imply when we speak of what is expected of a man, i.e. that he will act decently, pay his debts, and so forth. This transition came about early, and in the poetry of Aeschylus, a century before Plato, dike is already personified as the majestic spirit of righteousness seated on a throne by the side of Zeus. Yet it is impossible that the earlier meaning of the word should have ceased to color the minds of men who used it, and who as children had learned to read from the pages of Homer. Indeed, a kind of petrified relic remained throughout in the use of the accusative dikken, as a preposition to mean like or after the manner of. At the conclusion of the attempts to define justice in the Republic, after several definitions have been rejected, which more or less correspond to our notions of what we mean by the word, the one which is finally accepted is this: justice, dikaiosune, the state of a man who follows decay, is no more than minding your own business, doing the thing or following the way which is properly your own, and not mixing yourself up in the ways of other people and trying to do their jobs for them. Does it sometimes seem to us a rather mouse-like result to be born of such mountains of discussion? If so, it may make it a little more interesting to reflect that what Plato has done is to reject meanings of the word which were current in his own day, and with possibly unconscious historical sense to go back to the original meaning of the word. It was rooted in the class distinctions of the old Homeric aristocracy, where right action was summed up by a man's knowing his proper place and sticking to it. And to Plato, who was founding a new aristocracy, class distinctions, based this time on a clearly thought-out division of functions determined by psychological considerations, but class distinctions nevertheless were the mainstay of the state. So there's the two other examples inside this as well. But just again, remembering all of this was sort of inspired by the idea of dead languages and the importance of preserving and understanding this knowledge. It is very common when reading, even, so if you think of it, right, a lot of these texts in the Western canon, they're ones that come up frequently enough that even if you don't particularly like them, you can gain a better understanding of maybe more modern writings that you do enjoy by understanding sort of that history. And so, with that in mind, I mean, there's a huge rabbit hole you can go down on this, right? Hey, I kind of like satire. Hey, what's good satire? Lucian. Hey, Lucian might also be the first science fiction writer, but to really appreciate Lucian, I need to study ancient Greek. Well, we've gone a far way from, hey, I kind of like making fun of stuff. But I guess the point that I wanted to make out of that, right, is that when we talk about dead language and the importance of preserving them, in the end, it can mean the difference as to whether or not we're able to properly understand what's being talked about. Because, again, when I was first reading some of the ancient philosophy, and not even necessarily Plato, even some of the pre-Socratic stuff, or some of the discussions with the Stoics and sort of the counter arguments that people make, they seem really lame. And again, just having this greater understanding of what is going on in people's heads when, you make reference to a word or a book that maybe you take for granted, and all of that extra meaning that you just kind of carry with you because you've lived with it and you've read certain books and so if I talk about, this is going down the memory hole, right? You will immediately know who has read 1984 and who hasn't. But even the people who haven't read 1984 are in a culture where 1984 is reasonably well known and understood. And so people can probably infer that when I refer to something going down the memory hole, I'm not talking about preserving information. I'm talking about destroying information, even if they don't understand that this is a reference to what Winston Smith does with certain information in the Ministry of Truth. So, but I mean, again, if you were to sit down, just imagine trying to translate 1984 into a different language, and one, let's say, a few centuries after it was written, to people who don't have the benefit of that kind of exposure. That's going to lead to a very, very different reading of what's happening. So, anyways, sorry, I'm babbling on. Hopefully that was interesting enough for people to find. But that was trying to offer, at least for me, the issue of the preservation of language and understanding it is live enough that this is actually something that I would have read within the past week coming up. So maybe I just read the wrong stuff. But yeah. And if for those of you that haven't read Plato, you can take a look. Symposium, Apology, are probably two good places to start. I really like Phaedrus, but Phaedrus might be, it's probably a little less of a breezy read than Symposium and Apology. But anyways. Where were we? Let us take the Wound Wounds and put it somewhere else. We also have the Fallen Cross. Without language, there can be no words. Without words, there can be no message. Sorry, I'm reading the spelling of words, and I really want to put in a support ticket saying, words is not spelt with an E. But there is a time and a place for being an idiot. So, and support tickets for people who have to get a game out by August that's not the time for it. Anyways, there can be no language without, without language, there can be no words. Without words, there can be no message. But only in silence can there be no error. And lo, even in that beginning, in the first of messages, an error. Thus did we enter the house. Oh man, I'm definitely going to want to pay attention to this text. However, it requires 6 skies, so that's not going to be available to me for a while. I'm going to catalog this book using the Ava desk, so we'll run that there. That's just to preserve the option of improving. What use is it to place books in specific rooms? None so far as I can tell. Where I can, I like to try and keep them in the place I found them. But I can even put them in my inventory. Although if I don't, I only have space for 4, so I couldn't take the entire library with me. However, as somebody whose spine is curved from the weight of his backpack, I can tell you, you absolutely can fit more than 4 books in a backpack. Okay. So the Grail... The Orchid Transfigurations is definitely something that I can read tomorrow. I probably don't have anything else that I can do, though. So the best I can hope for would be to try and improve a skill. So, what am I trying to do here? Grail or Moon? Sacre! I can't improve it. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. I think I might be able to try and pen a reply to the... Okay, this is an impertinent vitulation, aka cheeky elixir book. This is also a 2 Grail. In fact, I could read this one right away, and maybe we hope... Oh no, I can't read it right away because... Or... I could... Okay, sorry, there's one thing I want to try here. I might want to use Arab for my reply, but... So, an enigmatic reply to St. Ronwin's trust. The sea remains, the house remains. What else remains we shall learn in time. I am something new, and in time I will learn what that means. So the Soul's Labors, let's read the Impertinent Vitulation. So this is going to be a bit of a weird one. I could try Desires and Dissolutions, however I do need to add a soul card, so we're going to use my health. Grail Birth, I can master the mystery in this book, enough Grail to match Mystery Grail. Even if a teacher technically makes a mistake in their words, if they present the absolute spirit of those teachings, there was no mistake. Interesting. Sorry, I've been talking too much about Plato. I'm trying not to bring up the 7th letter in Phaedrus now. Okay, so we've got 40 seconds for... study, so I'm not going to have that health available to me, but we can use Arab in other ways, and then we can just recover them in bed. Daybreak, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Again, this is time for nectar. I've got rain over here, so I should make a quick note of that. Sorry, I just need to see what time in the broadcast. My god, has it really been 2 hours? I'm not quite sure what happened with that card. So that's 2 nectar, 2 grail. It's pretty good for me. So that would actually be an argument for picking up Mrs. Kill. Mrs. Kill's mood always improves when I drop by. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. Right, the sea remains, the house remains, what else remains we shall learn in time. I am something new, and in time I will learn what that means. I can take this to the post office to be dispatched to St. Ronwin's Trust. Once they know I've arrived, they'll send more funds, I hope. Hey, we didn't even give up the... So I kind of wish I could see what the Arab reply to the trust would be, but... Alright, patience. Thus the mountain awaits the fall of the snow. Thus Monday awaits the death of the weekend. Thus the postmistress waits for me to purchase a stamp. Stamp, envelope, send. Mrs. Killstand. Oh, we've got that. The postmistress examines the letter and deems it sufficient. It'll go with the next post, she assures me. Now I can expect visitors, correspondence, and a stipend from the trust every spring. I'm curious if the visitors and correspondence is also a reference to people arriving in the spring. Alright. So, while I'm at it, let's get a rumor from the Sweet Bones. So I keep hearing the clicks and all the different things going on, so I'm feeling a little conscious. Oh, I should have talked with Mrs. Kill about the rain. Wait. Yeah, no, that's what I want to do. Right, sorry. I was just thinking, it's like, wait, I've got a book that also wanted nectar, but the nectar's not going to work out there. Yeah, it's, there's a few really neat ideas in this. I actually really like the way that skills work in this game, Jabed. We're about to see how this works in a little bit. So I've mastered the mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. So we're going to put the... impertinent vitulation on the shelf. So now we've got lesson Leaves and Thorns. I have gained more understanding of leaves and thorns. So my first skill here is Desires and Dissolutions. The boundaries between flesh, pearl, and pleasure are equally contingent. So this is one skill that I have. I can employ it to Horomachistry. This wisdom is concerned with the laws and disagreements of the hours and their emanations, or the Bosk, which we did commit it to. The wisdom of the primeval wood, rarely written, often felt. The Bosk is sort of the main path that this particular character goes down. But as you continue to read books, you can gain new skills, but you can also use the memories and the lessons that you learn from books to be able to advance the skills. And one of the things that I've learned, and I'm really interested in this, what I used to do was I would employ the same memory, so lesson, desires, and dissolutions. I would use it to improve desires and dissolutions, right? So essentially I'd say, okay, well, this gives me sort of 2 free ones. So there's always more to learn. Improve the skill to level 2. This will increase the aspects, which will help with crafting and allow it to be assigned to higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms. Now, what I didn't really appreciate at the time was that all I needed was a memory with Grail or Moon. I did not need to use the lessons. And in fact, what you can do is you can take the fleeting memories, you can use them to upgrade your skills, as well as the lessons you get from books. And what I kind of liked about this, right, is that there's only so much knowledge you can get just from reading books. They're very good for transmitting knowledge, but they're not the only thing. And sometimes, again, you need to, if you're in the right mood, if you read something on a dark and stormy night, or if you read something, out as you, oh, nice. So you're enjoying the same experience that I am with Mrs. Kill, where Soft Rain brings life with 2 Grail and 2 Nectar. Again, there's just something, or if you do certain things, right? Like, I mean, Nietzsche, so much is spent about talking about, the only good thoughts are the ones that you get from walking, and that's not unique by any stretch of the imagination. But I just like this idea of doing things, or sitting down in a particular chair. It's almost kind of like Glover and Glover, right? Put my hands in the right shapes and then begin. Sometimes, there are certain conditions which are better suited towards having certain ideas or developing your skills. And so one of the things that I like about this is how my character sort of has this nice supplement. Like, the best way to use the book knowledge is to combine it with practical experience or with circumstances, because ultimately what that does is that grants you, it gives you the best use out of the books, right? You're not using up that finite resource of the lessons, which last a long time. You supplement them with the more kind of intermediate materials, and that was kind of what I learned in the previous session. So I don't know. I like it as an idea for gaining skills that may or may not reflect your own experience. So. Okay, so we're trying to get a memory from the Sweet Bones. We may also use the Fett and Trist. Yeah. If there are 3 sources of wisdom, Guru, Sadhu, and Sastra, senior teacher surrendered unto saintly association and axiomatic scriptural revealed conclusions. So it seems kind of in line with my experience in the game. Obviously, a game is an abstraction, but still. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So we will use this to access more parts of the house. Now, the cloistered garden, I don't believe gave us any more texts, but it's something I still want to follow up on. So I can make out a green and shaded space, but it's choked with weeds and thorns. I'll need help to clear the space. Where did you go? There we go. So garden, sea holly in the summer, blue crown in the winter. So I can employ heart and knowledge. But not right now. So in the walled garden, we need 4 edge or 4 nectar. And the long tower, and I think this is the tower that I actually want the most, but the long tower would be 3 lantern or 3 winter. Okay, let us consider. So the Orchid Transfigurations of Birth, again, their character can read Latin. We will, actually, sorry, before I read that work, I'm actually going to do Leaves and Thorns. So a new skill, there is no scent without sorrow. I've gained understanding of leaves and thorns. So we can use this with the Bosk, or we can use this for birdsong. And I'm slightly inclined towards continuing down the Bosk, although there will be some implications for that. So another leaf on the Tree of Wisdom. So I'll give you an example of how we can use this. Oops. So, oh, that's an interesting problem. Sorry, I'm just going to take a screenshot of this. Actually, you know what? It's probably better that I just... Maybe I'll do a clip of this video bit, so... we are at 2:29. So I would have thought that maybe there was like a hole in the there's like a hole in the tree of wisdom, but it actually seems like we've captured this one part of the tree. It's weird though, there aren't any other trees. I wonder if I use my arrows. Nope. Okay, anyways, so we can explore the bosk, but we would need a skill level 2. So every skill could belong to one of two wisdoms. Decide which by assigning it here. This will grow your understanding of the wisdom and reward you with an element of the soul card. So Birdsong's over here. Birdsong is a combination of moth and heart, I believe. So yeah, there's heart, and moth is... Oh, maybe no, there we go. There's moth. So if I want, I could take Birdsong. That only requires a level 1. So in this case, this would give me core, which is actually something I kind of want. But if I were to consider leaves and thorns, and I were to find grail and nectar, so I'd have to have 2, I would actually be able to advance this to the 2nd level, which would give me another level of bosk, which is probably the thing that I want to focus on. Again, it doesn't mean that I don't want to do Birdsong, but I want to maybe try and preserve, or I want to try and advance as far as I can along the, I want to try and advance as far along the main path as I can. I might change that later on, but we'll see where we are. Okay, anyways, we will want 4 nectar, 4 edge, or 3 lantern, 3 winter. And 4 nectar, 2 sky, 2 knock. Let's at least do the orchid transfigurations. Grail birth. I can master the mystery in this book. Enough grail to match mystery grail. So let's see what the rumors brought up. I've learned something. Something useful? Too early to tell. Yep, nothing useful. So we may be back to this problem of the sweet bones not giving us any results. Fortune telling. I've garnered enough mystique to tell fortunes for pennies. Undignified perhaps for the librarian of Hush House, but times are hard. What I may also want to consider is there a way for me to be able to generate memories otherwise? So let's have a seat in the expansive chair. Oh, I can't consider the expansive chair, and I'm guessing I probably can't put the expansive chair in. Yeah. I really do like the sound of the fire. Looks like I'm getting hit with some more problems. Frames wise. I deserved a little quiet time. Okay, so as always, I want to try and find something useful to do with these things. In 11 seconds, I can try and get Arab back. I'm reading Flood, or Pseudo-Flood suggests... Sorry, I should probably read the text here. So this 2nd volume of a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is in the original Latin. Flood, or pseudo-flood, suggests alignments between the alchemical tradition of Rubidoux and the older Grail traditions, though through the Pine Knight's quest for the Cinnabar Cup. If you can just give me a quick second here, I want to just see. I don't have a big problem with how the stream's been going so far, but just because I do keep seeing some of these bitrate problems, I wanted to take a minute and see if there was something I could do to fix that. So in 11 seconds, what I'll do is I'll take the 2 Arab and we'll put that in the dream slot. Now, given that the Sweet Bones doesn't really seem to be giving much in terms of rumors, I'm tempted to get Mrs. Kill, but then the question is, what do I do with Mrs. Kill? So perhaps maybe I'll consider a chair instead. Again, I apologize for the silence. We'll be ready to go in just a minute. Okay, I think we're okay. I've mastered the mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. Seek the cup in the birthing bed, the Pine Knight is told. The midwife at the birthing bed, to his amazement, is the Mountain Mother. In a fit of awe, he both gelds and flays himself. The vigilant storm bursts joyfully from the remains. So, another lesson, so we'll take at least one of those. We can put the other book back. Okay, so again, I want to try and make the most that I can of the resources that I have available. And what else? Okay, I think I said I was going to sit in a very comfortable chair. So we add a soul card for consideration. I'm going to start with health, actually. There could be something. No, actually, health I can use to make money. So I will use Arab in this case. My fortune, the fortunes I tell may be true, and they may be real. The money, at least, is real. So manual labor. There's not much work on offer here in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 worth of odd jobs. It's a little more rewarding than fortune telling. I don't have winter yet. Or hang on, maybe I do. I can't remember if Trist gives me... Okay. Turning things over in my thoughts, I've got Forge from Touch. Okay, so that didn't quite work for me there. We will take Resurgences and Emergencies. I've gained more understanding of Resurgences and Emergencies. So this is Grail and Moth. A new skill, Birth and Decay, are only directions. Between the two, we find a crossroads. So, this is Preservation and also the Bosk. So of course the tricky part here is I can theoretically get up to level 3 with all of these if I was so inclined. But again, we would need to find a way. Oh, hang on. I can also read Kittling Ripe's Tasty Treats. So we'll use leaves and thorns there. In this case, we'll use Fet. It's not because Fet does anything, it's just I need to add soul. So nectar, full flower, I can master the mystery in this book. I'm basically trying to make the most of the day at this point. I don't identify as this material body, but it has a high intelligence quotient and had been diagnosed bipolar. So the way I speak may take wild tangents, but I find my solitude in the superiority of our constitutional position as spirit souls, parts and parcels of fully cognizant, eternally blissful consciousness. Not to be too glib with what you've just said here, but in terms of tangents, you are in very good company in this channel. I wouldn't worry too much about that, although I didn't know about your diagnosis. So thank you for sharing that. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So I don't have any skills that I can employ to... I don't have any skills that I can employ in the Sweet Bones. Now, it is worth remembering that in spring I can hire a miner. And the miner does contribute something. I think they said scale and moon, but I think they said only a little bit of moon, so I would need to find something that I can employ to improve. Well... I wonder... Ah. Okay. I'm going to try hiring somebody at the Sweet Bones. Assistance from a miner. In spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. Miners offer scale and a little moon. So what I want to test here is to see whether or not I lose the lesson when advancing one of the miners. All right. Thus, they more or less ruled themselves with the help of their wild Celtic temperament, made wilder by the hardness of their lives and the truly ghastly conditions under which they worked. With all this, it is not to be wondered that the Tinners acquired the reputation for being scarcely human. But it must be remembered that among them at all times were those whose characters could stand comparison with the best of them. Okay, so I am going to have to update my note here. So we've got Forge, Moon, and Scale. I don't think I mentioned the Forge before, so... So the idea here is to talk with my assistant. And I want to... Oh, hang on. This is only going to get... Oh, no, this will still be sufficient. So I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory but improve the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. So I'm guessing that this is going to get consumed. Like, so it's telling me it's going to get consumed. I'm going to try it just to make sure that that is true, because that's a terrible use for those lessons if so. But I would like to verify that. I mastered the mystery of this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. So we're going to hold off on messing with the spices and savors until I... Interesting. So we do get to keep the lesson. So I'll just make a quick note of that. So obviously I was worried enough about this that I saved. This incidentally is why there isn't a... Well, I can't speak for Weather Factory, but I'm guessing stuff like that is the reason why there isn't a save in... why there isn't a save in Cultist Simulator. But suffice to say, the possibility of losing the lesson was enough for me to say, okay, I don't want to commit to this quite yet. Let's think. Okay, so I can access Crowcross Sands using the miner's assistant. I should. Oh, so it probably just didn't grant the moon in that case. I wish I had an ability. Well, I guess I can just like manually go in and delete those save files, but anyway, we'll see what skills we got out of that. We're still going to be looking for 4 nectar, 2 knock, 2 sky. And 6 sky. Alright, I've mastered the mystery in this book, and I've gathered the lessons it concealed. So, spices and savors. I've gained more understanding of spices and savors. Use this card with consider or at a desk. New skill with there is no sacrifice without sustenance. I've also gained Arab, so I don't think I have a whole lot to do with Arab anymore. I can try and gain more. I can try and consider more objects. I could also maybe try and get a rumor again. So let's try one of those. A little respect. I'm the librarian of Hush House. I will question the villagers in Brandkrug, and I will add whatever they tell me to my store of knowledge. There definitely are. I'm actually still trying to figure out exactly what sky and moon and scale I feel like was related to the egg unhatching. But yeah, for the most part, I'm definitely trying to get a read on, you know, what the relationship of the new aspects are to the principles that we're familiar with. So another leaf in the tree of wisdom. Spices and savors. There is no sacrifice without sustenance. This gives us forge and 2 nectar. So I believe I need to... Yeah, I think I'm going to need to... God, what do I do with this? Oh, actually, the touch will help me out with this. Cool. Okay. I think I've got my level 2. In fact, I'm not going to leave anything to chance. I think I'm just going to consider the expansive chair with Arab. There could be something. There's probably something. So my idea here is that I can move spices and savers up with 2 forge. So if I get a second mystery yes. I want to see if I can do that old trick. So I shouldn't be able to do this because this is unique. But we will find out. How many of you have seen the old silent film Metropolis? Turning this over in my thoughts. Okay, so we have another memory touch. I can't believe I can still get away with this. I feel kind of bad doing this, but... Alright, there's always more to learn. Improve the skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and allow it to be assigned to higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms. So here we've got spices and savers. This moves it up to 3 nectar, but it's also level 2, which means when we go to the Tree of Wisdoms, we can now take spices and savers and assign it like so. Oh, it actually got me another health. So, of course, the next one has to be level 3. We'll still continue down... I'm going to try and continue down the Bosque. So we've got Desires and Disillusions. If I can, I'd like to get Leaves and Thorns. Well, all of them really work, so... so I guess it's Grail, Grail Moth or Nectar that's going to move this thing up. Might have been even smarter for me to hold back with spices and savers so that I could move that. Like, it's not that hard to get touch. Well, I guess I could only get 2 if it's unique. But yeah, like obviously there's a cheesy way for me to play around with that a little bit. Sorry, just give me a quick second here. I've got to wrap myself up in a blanket again. If I'm going to play a cozy game, I want to be cozy myself. Now, unfortunately, these don't have nectar. Oh, but I could use my health with nectar. So, once again, we grab the tower in the twin. We will use our health, nectar, a hedge of thorns, perhaps. Now we take leaves and thorns, spices and savers. Full flower. I can master the mystery in this book. Enough nectar to match mystery nectar. I'm not expecting much from the Sweet Bones, but we'll see. Yeah, I think I'm going to give up trying to get any rumors out of the Sweet Bones. Maybe in another season. Hush House has been called bleak, but usually only by those who've never been inside. Hopefully we'd get this finished before dawn. Haha, the day is ours. Alright, I've mastered the mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. So we'll collect everything. We will take Coil and Chasm. I've gained more understanding of Coil and Chasm. Use this card with Consider or at a desk. A new skill, Worms, 7 Coils, Dangerous Places, how earthquakes are bound and why they are released. So this can go for Skolakosophy or Nyctodromy. So maybe let's think about what's most expedient. So that will give me Shapt, which will get me Reverend Timothy, or we can go for even more Arab. So as much as I would love Skolakosophy, I'm thinking we do Nyctodromy. The Night Arts teach that the Peacock Gate is the highest door in dreams to which mortals may aspire, but that before she rose to this estate, the gate was a name of the horned axe. All Nyctodromists seek to understand what this might mean. So, nothing to do with new hours for you, Jabba, but if you are interested in the hours, there is something rather relevant in that description. Alright, Shapt, eloquence and understanding, the door opens both ways, one of the 9 parts of the human soul. I don't think this is going to turn out well for me. I wonder if I'm able to talk with unsociable hours. The rectory is dark, and Terence, the housekeeper, is probably a prowl. I should return after dawn. Makes sense. Daybreak, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So we don't know what weather we have yet, but I have gained access to 2 knock, which should be good for at least one of these books, no? Yes. Although, obviously, with Timothy, we may want to move up higher in the house. What else? Well, let's use traveling at night, actually. Knock, gates flung wide. So the annotated dream journals of Christopher Loppley, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. I am a match for this book. Enough knock to match Mystery Knock. There we go. Clouds. In this country, the sky is rarely clear. The sun goes courteously cloaked. So, this gives us sky... Or, sorry, moon. But only one, so now would be a time for us to hire a miner. Particularly because if we don't bring one of them in now, and the season passes, we're going to get a different kind of worker. So let's take the shilling. In spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. Now, the other thing I'm thinking of is I'm using up one of my abilities already. So, given that I can get one back by resting, I'm wondering if maybe we just get Mrs. Kill because I can. I'm just trying to think, is there something else I want to try and accomplish? Not really. Like, obviously there's going to be stuff that I want to do in terms of exploring the house, but let's speak with Mrs. Kill. Mrs. Kill's mood is always improves when I drop by. If you don't choose a topic, Mrs. Kill will offer help as a friend. Mrs. Kill stands up ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. So, I think one of the other ways I may be able to gain some abilities would be to use my skills. So, any Grail skills will help in this case. Skills without effort is like tea without boiling water. No one wants to eat tea leaves. There's potential here. For apprentice level recipe, provide 7 degrees of Grail. For a scholar level recipe, provide 14 degrees and a suitable ingredient. So, spices and savors is actually the more important one here. So where would I get my nectar? This is maybe a consideration that I want to advance Desires and Dissolutions, or... No, Desires and Dissolutions would be the main one that I would want to advance under these circumstances. So now I need to think about places where I can get more Grail. Anyways, we do have some words to read. So the wood lies outside the walls of the Mansis. As any student of the histories knows, the Mansis has no walls. In spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. So I think here, let's make some money. There's not much work on offer in Brancrew, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. And we are going to talk about the weather so that he can unlock the beach. More useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. So I'm doing this so that I can get Crowcross Sands. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. So at this point we want to go to bed to clear out... Oh, no, not quite yet. 36 seconds. So again, in terms of midwife's assistance, high blood sugar levels hurt. It's like oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, we've got knock. Yeah. So the midwife's assistance provides us Grail and Heart, none of which are really relevant here. Let's take advantage of this while the weather... let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So we'll take the miner's assistance. Brancrew is a tidal island. At low tide, you could probably walk there, though you probably shouldn't. So, Crowcross Sands. Long, long ago, this was a forest. Now, it's the place where the sea ends and the world begins, or the other way around. Comb the beach after a storm, and you might find driftwood that was once rooted here. So we've got the sea's edge, so I can... Oh, this is not implemented yet. Sorry, if you can just give me a quick second. I may have to... I may need to step away for a minute. I just got a message. I'll do my best. If you guys don't mind, I can try and go a little bit later tonight, because I know we've been sort of building foundations, but we haven't really made all that much progress. Alopoli describes how he came to make repeated visits to a dreamwood via what he calls silver dreams. Trying to think your way to the wood, he explains, is like thinking your way to being in love, but I did find a secret that helped. Alright, so we've got Edict's Liminal. Now that's only going to be something that I can get one out of, but still worth considering. So new skill, the precepts of limitation and division established by the enigmatic conclave of ours, sometimes called the Chancel. So that is Knock and Moth, so I think there's some possibilities here. So this will grant... So if we go further down Nyctodromy... Oh, does this not tell us... So that gets us another Arab. The question would be, what if I wanted to apply it to... Yeah, what if I wanted to apply it to something else? Okay, tell you what. I don't know how much more of this I can do, but I would like to do a little bit more. So I'm going to take a small break. I do encourage you, if you've not had a break yourself, it has been a few hours, so get up, take a stretch, maybe get a glass of water, a cup of tea, something else, and we will... I'll try and go as long as I can. To give you an idea, I've got about another hour left on my recovery. So, you know, if I have a chance to... Wait, am I still tagged as Old World? Oh, that's bad. There we go. Sorry about that. That should have been tagged differently. But anyways, we will be back as soon as possible. And... yeah, I'll see you all in a little bit. Okay, terribly sorry about that. I'll try and go for another hour. One thing that happened today, it's kind of related to Book of Hours. One of my used book orders came in. So I think some of you may remember from Old World that I had ordered a translation of Plotinus. Now, the thing is, it's not like... So as with most classics, like there's usually an English text available to you that's been around for a while and so is in the public domain, or at the very least, there's lots of, you know, used copies running around so you can get them quite inexpensively. But I was specifically looking for this new edition, which is edited by Lloyd Gerson. And so it, like, this has happened enough that I kind of know it. Like, when I pick up the package, it just feels wrong. Like, you kind of know roughly what the size of a given book should be. And if the package feels different, chances are it's not the thing that you ordered. And sure enough, in this case, it's the Stephen McKenna translation, which may even be better for my purposes, to be completely honest with you. It's for those of you who are poetry fans, it's actually one that William Butler Yeats was quite inspired by. But McKenna kind of almost made it his life's work to translate Plotinus. But the thing is that the copyright on that at least in Canada, you know, expired before I was born. So, you know, like, I don't feel like, you know, given what I paid for the thing, maybe something that I can access online at, you know, without cost is not quite the thing that was ordered. I did mention this on Twitter. So I mean, in one sense, it's like it's related thematically with the game, but it is kind of disappointing. And the problem is that I've noticed it's happened. This has happened frequently enough that I'm kind of past the point thinking. By the way, I did not realize that you can jump, so you can actually go to level 3 off of the mosque. And we could even go back from preservation towards... Man, were these always here? Interesting. I'm gonna have to double check that now. But yeah, so the thing is, like, when I ordered my copy of Walter... So Walter Rudin wrote this absolutely beautiful, remarkably terse, but just very, very well done introduction to real analysis. I think it's called Principles of Mathematical Analysis. Just give me a second, I can find the title. Sorry about that. I was also worried that I lost it, so I did actually want to find the book. But yeah, it's called Principles of Mathematical Analysis. But what was actually sent was Complex Analysis by Lars Alfors. Now, that could be a very good book. It's not one I'm familiar with because I wanted the real analysis book. That one, actually, the bookseller was pretty rude about the issue, very insistent. And, like, in the end, the dollar amount was small enough that I'm like, I just don't want to deal with this guy anymore. So I took the Alfor's book and I just ordered Principles again from another one. But like in the case of the Plotinus one, that is not an inexpensive book that I ordered. And so getting a public domain, well, I mean, obviously the book costs something, but that was a bit of a disappointment. I'm not even sure why I brought this up, to be honest, but let's carry on. I'm probably going to have to make a decision in terms of where I go with all of this, but let's say, okay, I'll start with so I want to try and move up Edict's Liminal. I've committed 3 so far. Wait, no I haven't. Yeah, I've committed 3, but not these 3. So Spices and Savors and Coil and Chasm. So this one I'd like to bring up to a level 2 if I can. I mean, another herb is not terrible, but maybe it's not quite what I need right now. But yeah, I do sort of want to push ahead on Desires and Dissolutions, given that it may give me access to the ability to sort of build myself up through study. Give him the old Evo. Okay, so on its own I've got 4 here. If I had a memory that could give me... So this would give me 1 more. Language blank, readable ink. Ah. No. Because it's rose, not... Although, what happens if I consider this book again? I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. In fact, let's do that more than once. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. Okay, so I don't think we can make a Super Timothy yet. I'm pretty sure we have to talk about a memory with someone. So unless I can get sort of a natural... yeah, I'm actually going to need to think a little bit about how I can pull this off. I've got other stuff to worry about, though, so... But our next reading target should be... So we've read the Tower of the Twins, so we want Sky Text. Yeah, it's basically the Sky Text at this point. So I'm curious if I just talk with Mrs. Kill. Mrs. Kill has seen more of the world than she usually lets on. Conversations with her yield the occasional surprise. Add something to enhance Mrs. Kill's effectiveness for the day, or just talk. I should probably be making something of the sweet bones. And I should also probably be trying to recover some abilities. So, quality time in a warm bed while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Something to consider. Okay, so we've got Grail off of that. I am slightly curious if that's going to happen with... Okay, so we know we can reliably get satisfaction from... So that would imply if I want to improve Desires and Dissolutions, again, this is corny that I'm doing this, but There's always more to learn. Improve the skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and allow it to be assigned to higher branches of the Tree of Wisdoms. So one of the reasons why I want to focus so much on Desires and Dissolutions right now is that this is going to be what gives me access to sort of doing my own study here. So, scholar level challenges, more advanced techniques require power as well as significant skill. For more challenging recipes, provide a skill, suitable raw material, and 14 degrees of the relevant aspect. Apprentice level challenges, the simpler techniques require skill alone. For basic recipes, provide a skill and 7 degrees of the relevant aspect. And finally, 21 keeper level challenges, available only to the great or the most fortunate of idiots. For the most challenging recipes, provide a skill, the necessary ingredient, and 21 degrees of the relevant aspect. And sorry, I'm just going to take a second here to make a note. Yeah, so the idea here would be that I can put Arab, I can put the my advanced skill, and then maybe a memory, but hopefully we can avoid that. But essentially the skill and the soul. So this is now up to Grail 3. The skill is now level 2. Its aspects have increased. So... Well, I don't have the Arab, so that's not going to help. But yeah, basically here, let's take... Wait, what? You can take Grail. Oh, that's a skill. Jesus, I'm a moron. But yeah, so like the idea here is that I want to try and get, I think this takes it up to 5. So in theory, I just need to level this up one more time and we'd be able to advance. Mind you, I should be able to consider a few things. So sitting in the chair has done one thing. Okay, so comfort. Okay, so these all kind of seem to be... Well, Serena Blackwood isn't comfort. So let's consider Serena using Trist. There's probably something. Sorry, there could be something. There's probably something. There 'tis, and can't be no tizzer. Mrs. Kill, as every local gossip knows, came from France to marry Mr. Kill, but there's a scant trace of the continent in her accent now. Okay, so we've got Solace, which gives me 1 sky. The question is, where do I get the other sky from? Maybe a conversation again? I guess we can only employ 1 memory in the work, though, so unless I have Sky in one of these, it won't matter. There may be other things we can get, though. Alright, there's something, so this is a sight, so this gives Lantern. Ah! Well, in 49 seconds, well, it might be sunset, but this is going to help me. So I can use that site to advance matters with Reverend Timothy. Okay, we've also got Regret. So this seems to be a pretty decent source of resources. So we are going to keep having a chat with the midwife. This is Forge and Winter. Oh, I messed that up. So theoretically, with the spices and savors, if I were to do 2 touches, that would help. Doesn't have an immediate use, but... "13 seconds. Oh. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay." Okay, that's another regret. Now, if I'm going to be talking with Timothy, I'm probably going to need to leave that talk verb open, actually. Oh, I don't think I've seen either of those, Aegis. Are those films or TV series, or is there... Right, I deserved a little quiet time. I'm trying to think if I want to do anything else. I don't think I'll be able to recover them in time, so we'll leave that be, but I am going to speak with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy enjoys thoughtful conversation, prayer, and tea, and he'll offer his assistance in return for a 2-shilling donation to church funds. Ah. This is so risky. We do appreciate the contribution. Okay, so under consideration, I can take spices and savors, and we can take 2 regret, and combine that with a touch. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Improve this skill to level 3. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and allow it to be assigned to higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms. So I don't think Solace is going to get us anything, but don't turn into night. The skill is now level 3. Its aspects have increased. So again, there's nothing we can do with this because it's already committed, but it is nice to have some extra forge and nectar in my pocket. I'm going to reorganize again. So the ones I want to advance are... oh, actually... No, that wouldn't work. The ones that I want to advance are either Moon and Grail. Grail and Moth, Knock and Moth, and Grail and Nectar. So I don't think there are natural... Animated... Okay, cool, thank you. I don't think there are any natural ways for me to acquire that, but we'll give it a go, right? There's things that we can try for sure. Actually, it occurred to me that given the garden, so remember that, so we need to employ, actually we can do this right now. So gather in spring as the days warm, Blue Crown still blossoms for a little while. So just double checking, right? We need nectar, which we have. We need health, which we have. Or heart, I guess. So we could try gardening. Gardening at night. We made it. Exalt with a memory. I can discuss a memory with my assistant, but this will use up the memory. Oh, hang on. Not this one. This one. I probably could have recovered this stuff in by resting, if I'm honest. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. Okay, so we'll follow Long Tower first floor. The Long Tower looks like it's been abandoned much longer than 7 years. In the nocturnal period, the inhabitants probably spent most of their time on the seaward side of the isle. I'll need help to restore the room above. In 1818, the very revered Solomon Husher became the third librarian of the Curia of the Isle. He took rooms in the Long Tower as his quarters. Husher's tastes were Spartan, although the Curia generally liked a little more luxury. No one ever quite dared to redecorate the place after his disappearance. So we've got some books we can catalog. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. We also have a new desk, the Pale Desk. Solomon Husher himself commissioned this from Lockwood Fen Bogu, blackened and half fossilized by centuries underwater. Here at this desk he wrote his doomy allegory of winter and its romance with the sun. When he blotted the last word of his manuscript and rose from his work, the timber had turned pale as fresh-cut maple, or so the story goes. So this will take lantern, scale, sky, and winter. We also have perniculate, deadly, use gloves to read text produced with this pigment, and ink of power. So this is edge compared to the nectar that we were using before. We've got meteoric iron candelabra, which is edge and lantern. We've got Aglaophotis scented candle, a candle scented with Aglaophotis, heart knock lantern and rose, fragrant candle, grail, Solomon Husher, winter, and that's it in this room. To go higher, we would need 4 lantern or 4 winter. Let's have a chat with the midwives. As above, so below. Skywork. Alright, so in spring, as the days warm, blue crown still blossoms for a little while. So we've got blue crown, which is a flower. Not immediately apparent how we're going to be able to use that, but it's kind of nice to know what the outcome for some of this stuff is. Okay, this is the Carmine Petal. So this is a level 16 lantern text. Actinic Theoplasma. This book has suffered the attention of one of the bright names or hours, the gods from light. This combination can affect your Faust and Trist and spread to nearby objects. You can remove it with a skill that's effective against theoplasmic contamination if you provide at least 7 forge. Let me just... Okay, I'm gonna put this in the library again, and I'm curious to see whether or not this extends to... So let's maybe keep an eye on the candelabra to see whether or not this room slowly fills with... I don't even think I have. So we've got 3 forge... Yeah, I don't see us being able to get rid of it. Night has fallen, dusk will come soon. Okay, so Grail Gossip. I mean, there's possibilities here, right? So we do have Grail and Rose. Grail, Rose, Heart, and Sky. So if I was so inclined, I could consider this, and I would be giving up 2 of the lessons here. It's a little early for me to be giving up these lessons, but just an example of the sort of thing that I might be able to get away with. I think I'll just leave it be for now. I'm slightly curious. Sea Holly in summer, Blue Crown in winter. We got Blue Crown even though it was spring. So I think I am going to try considering a few other objects. But Mrs. Kill's been pretty good for conversation and information, so we will rely on that. Alright, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So we'll get an early start to speak with Mrs. Kill. Again, the only topic we have is my soaked diary, so... I need a minute to think. So what am I going to try and accomplish with my skills today? I can make money at the Sweet Bones. I don't mind doing that. Because I don't have an immediate need for health. Yeah, so let's start with that. There's not much to work. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. Now, I did say that I wanted to examine different different objects. So this was sight. This was touch. Let's try considering one of the candles. Oh, that's interesting. So I can't add a soul card for the candle. Sorry, just taking a minute to make a note here. 336. This is still counts light thing considerable. Let's use Trist. This could be something. There's probably something. So, and it is raining, so that gives me 2 gray. Ah, now that's valuable. So, we take our desires and dissolutions. Arab gives me 2, so it says 4, but 1 Arab card gives me 2. So we're up to 5 now. So if I add the rain memory, craft watching Tisane, I can use desires and dissolutions to create watching Tisane. This is a prentice level recipe. So this may be the secret to leveling up my my Grail cards. Mrs. Kill stands up ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. Mrs. Kill has seen more of the world than she usually lets on. Conversations with her yield the occasional surprise. So we won't enhance her. We're really just looking for the... we're looking for the item, or the memories we can get. Okay, so the candle gets me sight. Quality time in a warm bed while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Restore a fatigued soul card. What else can I do? I think we're stuck in terms of getting any more rooms of the house at the moment. A stolen secret, something I overheard in dreams. There's Tis and can be no Tizzer. Mrs. Kill, as every gossip knows, came from France to marry Mr. Kill. There's scant trace of the continent in her accent now. Okay. We'll add that there. We're going to talk with Mrs. Kill again. So exalting is memory, tool, beverage, sustenance, element of the soul. Aha. I forgot how this works. Okay, so there are going to be a number of factors at play then. So in order to, number one, Long Tower, right? So not too much in terms of opportunities here because I don't have a lantern or winter, but I am going to be able to employ this later with Timothy. Now, Edge and Nectar, I should, with my health, be able to grant some Nectar. I'm trying to remember, I don't think any of the people have Nectar. So we've gotten Mrs. Kill's assistance, Grail Heart, Blacksmith's assistance, Edge Forge, Miner, Scale Forge, and Moon. Oh, I forgot what Timothy gives. I think it's pretty sure it's 2 lantern, 1 knock. So it's Mr. Kill and then the kind of the people I meet in the tavern or the pub or whatever the proper term is. They'll give me the remaining amounts. So memory, tool, beverage, sustenance, element of the soul. So I'm curious what counts as a tool. But yeah, beverage and sustenance is interesting, right? Because that means... Wait. Okay, this tells us something about the bread, I guess. But yeah, this is a beverage, so if we wanted Moon or Heart, that's going to grant something there. Serve here plates, cups, and glasses, so that if I want to offer someone wine, I needn't give them the whole bottle. So I don't think I've run into something that is to serve yet. But yeah, so the cocoa, if I want to grant Heart or Moon. The water, just Moon. Domain, Reveline, Grail, Scale. I'm just trying to find the other things that may count as a tool. Doesn't look like there's much. Okay. So if I want to improve my partners, let's say it's just beverages right now and elements of the soul. So with that in mind, so Edge or Nectar, so Arab theoretically can achieve that. Knock or Rose, so I don't think we have... Oh no, we've got Fet, so Fet and Shapt will help out there. So yeah, we can actually kind of move horizontally at least. I don't know why, for whatever reason, I thought it was skills. Anyways, it's neither here nor there. I'm not going to worry about it right now. I am going to use Mrs. Kill for her speaking abilities because we may be able to move up. Based on the Stolen Secret, this is Moon. So is Stolen Secret here. So if I can get a couple more Moon or Grail memories, I can advance that skill even further. The reason why I want to focus on advancing this particular skill is because it's going to give me things that I can use as inputs to upgrade two of the items I have already. Alright, as they used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So we're going to use the health again. There's not much work on offer here in Brandkrug, but I can find sixpence worth of odd jobs. Alright, I've used Desires and Dissolution to create Witching to Sane. So, Unfortunately, that's not what I wanted. I can consider it. It's liquid. It's not servable. I was hoping it would give me some kind of a skill, but it's clear that it did not. Which is fine. It just means that I need to start thinking a little bit about what else might I use to move things up. Okay, so it's Grail Gossip. So we can still potentially use this to move up Desires and Dissolutions. Just Desires and Dissolutions isn't as high of a priority as it used to be. What else? I want to practice with consideration. So I will use FET for that, and maybe look at some wall art. There could be something. There's probably something. Right, a storm memory, sky and heart. Good lord, what am I going to do with this? Alright, site for wall art, so that's going to give us some lantern to work with. So I don't think we really benefit from lantern right now. Well, spices and savors might have something going for it. So I can't consider the candles. This should probably be sight. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else really for me to consider. Let us consider this bread. Maybe the fabric... fabric's gotta be touch. Okay, well, I've deserved a little quiet time. This is, honestly, at this point, this is just sort of simply regaining the ability to do stuff. I think I will get the health back. Might as well do Arab as well. So that's 90 seconds of stuff. Now, in a pinch... Yeah, I don't have any sky skills. We'll use Trist with the yarn. And Solace. So okay, so that's a heart and a sky. But it's not storm. So of course, this is the point where I need to start thinking. So I've got lantern, which means nothing. We've got two heart, two sky, a knock, a moon, a grail, and a rose. So none of these have sky. None of those are really useful along those lines. We definitely have a moon. We also have quite a few grails. Ah, here we go. Okay. So maybe we move the Edict's Liminal up. We'll do that at the end of the day once we kind of have an accounting of everything. And of course, in a pinch, we know that we can generate 2 sensation from reading the. We can use 2. We can use 2 sensation again, cheating, but to move. Oh, something's happening on the computer. Yeah, if I need to cheat, I can get Grail that way. The nth vector asks, are moon nectar principles that were unknown before, or are they something different? This is the first... The Book of Hours is the first I've heard of them, so pretty much anything under the elements of the soul... no, sorry, that's not entirely true, actually. Most of the things under Elements of the Soul are new. So I'll give you a few examples. Welcome, by the way. So Edict's Liminal, I think there's familiarity here with Knock and Moth. So Nectar was one. Was it Nectar, Moon, Sky, Rose? Although there's maybe a slight suggestion that Rose may be related to Secret Histories. I don't know. Scale, so that's 5. Sorry, I just need a second here. I feel like I'm missing some, but I couldn't tell you off the top of my head which ones they are. I will be honest with you, I am not sure what they have. I'm not quite sure what they have in relation to the other principles in Cultist Simulator. I also haven't really meditated on it all that much either, but yeah, there's definitely other things. And there are some suggestions as to what they are, so let me see if I can find a few examples here. So Moon... secrets are soft, night is softer still, the sea speaks, it is not always wise to listen, the nocturnal, the forgotten. My apologies, by the way, I know there are a few people who are probably wanting to see this, and I was tagged as Old World for the majority of this broadcast, so I do archive all this stuff on YouTube, but I know there are probably a few people who wanted to see this that didn't get to because it was tagged as the wrong game. Rose, the rose which encompasseth all, 9 directions to new horizons, exploration, enlightenment, hope. So the Secret Histories connection is purely on my own invention, and usually if I just kind of go freelancing on Secret Histories lore, I'm usually wrong. So please don't like run to the wiki and update it on the basis of that. Sky, windstorm, echo, song, the intricacies of mathematics and the principles of flight. Law's touch is lighter than we sometimes think. Matters of balance, harmony, and necessity. So, of course, it would make sense that storms have heart, but there's now also this sky principle. So, again, how these relate, I'm sure you've seen the Tree of Wisdoms. But in this case here, you can see that there are combinations of different principles in this tree. So Skolakosophy has Grail, Winter, and Knock. And if you'll just give me a second here. I'm sorry to be so distracted tonight, but I am desperately trying to get my computer back in workable shape. Okay, it's going to do its thing for a little bit. Oh, interesting. We've got our mystery tree back. But yeah, so it's not necessarily news. Like there's hours that that participate in multiple principles as well. I'm just trying to think of examples because I'm fond of The Watchman, The Door in the Eye, which I'm pretty sure is pure lantern. I'm trying to remember if the sister and witch and the witch and sister have a mix, or if it's just that because they've got those two, kind of the inverted versions, if they have different ones. But I think the Colonel is like Edge and Lantern, if I recall correctly. There's definitely hours that have like more than one sort of principle, but again, my memory's completely blown as far as how that goes. So I'll be honest with you, I don't know how these things relate to the I don't know how these things relate to the principles that we're familiar with. I don't know if they're sort of subclasses. I don't know if there's a direct relationship between these principles and certain hours. I'm sure some of this will become apparent as we continue to read books. This is actually one thing that I think is also really interesting about Book of Hours, is that every book here is rereadable. You do actually need to take some effort to reread it, but unlike Cultist Simulator, where you can read a text and then there will be sort of the follow-up text and that's it, in the case of Book of Hours, you can read the annotated dream journals of Christopher Lopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. You can read that as many times as you want because you don't lose the book as soon as you read it. If you want to read the contents of the book, you actually need to put in the effort to read the book again. The only way that you would lose access to the knowledge inside the book would be if you were to give it away, if it would be stolen or you sold it. So I think that's kind of neat in terms of the way that Book of Hours works. Okay, we've got an impulse, which is moth and nectar. I can definitely see a couple ways that will be helpful. We're still going to try and make the most of our chats with Mrs. Kill. Mrs. Kill has seen more of the world than she usually lets on. Conversations with her yield the occasional surprise. And after considering, of course, warmly colored yarn. Well, I guess it does say the color, so that is sight again. This is going to eliminate one of the unique ones, yeah. What do I do? So I'm pretty sure this will count as a touch. The question is, what would I do with Shapt or Arab otherwise? As I used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So Shapt can earn me money. There's not much work on offer in Brankurg, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. I guess it wouldn't hurt to reread one of the texts. Yeah, you know what? Reading a Grail text actually seems like a good idea. So I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. And I don't believe there's a difference between reading that and a lesser. I believe both of them brought the same sensation. All right, just a sec. Okay, I may need to wrap up reasonably soon, just because there's a bunch of stuff I need to do with my computer setup now. So let's at least finish out the day and see where that leaves us. Regret, so forge in winter. That's probably not the easiest thing for me to work with, but I am happy to work. Well, I'll do my best. We probably aren't going to be able to use all of these in one go, but I'd rather have more memories than not enough. And I think in this case I'm going to try and recover some skills. Okay, so let's take another Grail text. So I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. And I think I'll just save the health for labor. I don't think it'll hurt to be able to hire a few more people, especially because I think we're going to be crossing into summer reasonably soon. If I can get one more chat with Mrs. Kill, that'll be great. So here's an example about what I'm talking about in terms of being able to reread a text. So The Orchid Transfigurations, A Birth, the second volume of a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is in the original Latin. Flood, or pseudo-Flood, suggests alignments between the alchemical tradition of Rubidoux and the older Grail traditions through the Pine Knight's quest for the Cinnabar Cup. And seek the cup in the birthing bed, the Pine Knight is told. The midwife at the birthing bed, to his amazement, is the Mountain Mother. In a fit of awe, he both gelds and flays himself. The vigilant storm bursts joyfully from the remains. Also, it's kind of cool now, you can actually copy this stuff to... you can copy this to a... to the clipboard. I'm not quite sure what purpose that serves. I just like that you can. Alright, let's do more manual labor. There's not much work on offer here in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs, and hopefully in 0.5 seconds it won't become night. Excellent. Oh dear. I wasn't expecting another satisfaction. Ah, crap. There we go. So I'm relying on what I'm assuming is unintentional behavior. This is unique, but because for some reason these memories can live inside of sundries and in the memory slot, I'm able to get 2 of the same and then employ them towards different types of advancement. I really probably should start using this now, so... well, I did say I was going to move up Edict's Liminal first, so Edict's Liminal is Moth and Knock. Mind you, that would have gone to Desires and Disillusion, so... let's make sure... no, it's still something that I want. The skill is now level 2. Its aspects have increased. Okay, so if I wanted, I can now put it into Nyctodromy, but what does that get me? That gets me more fat. Do I want more fat? Couldn't hurt. Okay, so let's think about what I want to do with the remaining points. So this is Grail and Moth. There's really not that much left anymore. There's always more to learn. Okay. Forge Winter Sky Lantern Heart. Yeah, none of these really do anything for me right now. Well, spices and savors, sort of. So let's try and get another satisfaction. Already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. That's going to take a minute. I love the music for this game. Okay, we get another... Man, she really likes giving us memory satisfaction. That's actually going to make things quite awkward for trying to move everything up and around. I'm probably going to wind up losing at least one of these. It's not the end of the world, it's just inconvenient. The one small hope I have is if I'm fast enough in picking up this satisfaction, it may have like 5 seconds before it generates. So like that obviously isn't going to work. Oh, but I can keep it in place. So I'm not going to collect anything, I'm just going to leave that be. So yes, in theory I can actually get 3 satisfaction through this absolute nonsense. So it makes me wonder if I'm trying to move up the Tree of Wisdom with Bosk, I may actually be able to get this to level 3. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. Okay. Gossip. Okay, that's good. Yes, we will definitely be able to move move resurgences and emergences up. Okay. Alright, so one of these is going to wind up lost. That's, you know, it's just part of life. But if I go consider... Oh no, it's not going to work because I have to reopen that, so I can't get 3. Darn. Wasted effort. But, so we take satisfaction... preferably moth things, actually. Okay. Gossip for sure. Well, I guess we have to use satisfaction, otherwise we don't get anything. So I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. So this one's particularly helpful because that's going to give us more Bosk. So the skill is now level 3, its aspects have increased. I'm also slightly curious now if I employ it... Wait. This desk. But I don't have the soul card to employ, so it won't matter. 6 seconds, I suppose, but... okay. What other considerations can I make? Oh, God, I need to remember... or stop doing this. We haven't committed Leaves and Thorns. Okay, so... more health. I wasn't expecting that, but there we go. So this one, Leaves and Thorns, in principle, I'm going to have to somehow get up to level 4. That's also probably going to be the hardest one for me to get up to level 4, so maybe I didn't think this through. But there you have it. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 worth of odd jobs. And night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So basically we've got one last crack with Mrs. Kill. I can probably do some kind of consideration with Fet and Arab. In fact, that's exactly what we'll do. So I'm going to take the Orchid Transfiguration. Actually, yeah, you know what? Let's make the most that. Oh, I didn't plan that. Arrgh! I need to remember there's restrictions on what I can do in these desks. Okay. And I can't consider. Well, no, maybe I. No, I can't consider because I can't put the soul item in. Okay, that's fine. And actually, it just occurred to me that in the minute it takes me, I may not actually be able to level things up. So that was doubly stupid of me. But realistically, if I'm trying to intuition, moon and... well, we could have made something with the moon, to be honest. At this point, I'm just kind of hoping that this finishes before the dawn. Otherwise, I will be sad. Ooh. Yearly stipend. The yearly stipend from St. Ronwin's has arrived, along with the usual rather sniffy reminder that I should spend it wisely. All right, days crossed over, so we will be down one Arab. And we got a silver spintra for our trouble. Occult treasures are purchased with occult coin, spintra. Several spintra are more valuable and usually display scenes of debauchery on the reverse side. And we've got a £1 note. A noble paper in soothing green. Britannia lounges on her throne, flaming hammer propped insouciantly across her knee. So I'm going to just let that all clear out, and I'm going to leave it there. I feel like I'm not unhappy with the progress. It is a little weird how this has all turned out. It's definitely very, like, I've already gotten very comfortable with my my Shapt Faust start, so it's kind of interesting to see what the constraints look like. In fairness, too, when I played originally, I also was quite a bit more diverse in terms of the wisdoms, and I think that allowed me to get more... I think that allowed me to do a little bit more in terms of the... like, using my different elements of the soul, so perhaps in future I will try and go down each branch. But that's a consideration for a later time. While I'm wrapping up, does anybody have any other questions about Book of Hours? Just a reminder, this is the Baronial Beta. So, it's 28th today, right? Whoa! Stop! Stop! Well, it's a sunny day. There you go. So theoretically, we could actually use that with Reverend Timothy to explore the house. But conversation for another time. But yeah, like I said, it's the Baronial Beta. There was... Actually, that's maybe one thing we can wrap up with. We'll abandon the game. Leave. For those of you that didn't get a chance to see it, there was a trailer released today. So let's put that up.
Enjoy.
But only after Canadian Tire has finished selling us its products. All right, there you have it. If you've not wishlisted this game, I am a tremendous fan of Weather Factory and the different things that they've done. I haven't experienced everything on the, in the secret histories, but I have definitely, I definitely have a great appreciation of what they have built, and I don't know. I'm really, really looking forward to this. You will notice in the trailer it says August now for release, so it's a little bit later than what they were, what they were originally shooting for. But I think the game will be all the better for it. And honestly, 3 months is not that long. So I personally am going to be. I mean, I know they can do it because let's face it, they're amazing. But I definitely. If it was me facing that timeline, I definitely feel pretty nervous. But I also don't have Weather Factory's talent. So in any case, thank you everybody for sharing this with me. My commitment is definitely to continue doing this every Friday. Do this every Friday that I can. Towards if there's a holiday or something, I may not do it, but I also want, as much as I can, to try and cover this game more than just once a week. The catch on that is that either I'm going to disappoint people who only watch on Fridays, or I need to potentially cut in on a few other broadcasts. So I'm planning 3 potential threads, or like 3 potential saves. The Friday streams will be 1. I'm considering doing a dedicated YouTube stream. We'll see whether or not series. We'll see whether or not I have sort of the fortitude to spend that much time making videos. Oh, looks like I've got some dropped frames. And then I think I'm at the point here, especially given, so there aren't a lot of new things that I found so much as there are things that I'm rediscovering. And so I actually don't think it would be bad for me to get back to just sort of playing this on my own, or get back to play this on my own, because I have not been playing it on my own. I've been saving it all for stream, which is fine. I think that's a good thing to do, but I'm at the point now where it would actually probably not be bad for me to get a little bit of efficiency in terms of going into the later rooms. So then, we can start seeing some of the new stuff. But anyways, that is all for another time. I noticed that Dendrian is playing Against the Storm, so I'm going to leave you in his capable hands. As for me, I'm going to get some videos done over the weekend. I'm going to try and catch up on some of the things I was missing out because I didn't have a computer. I'm hopefully going to get a reply on that book that I ordered. And I will see you all Monday for Old World. And for those of you just here for Book of Hours, I will see you in a week. Until then, thanks a lot for watching and take care. Oh, actually, it occurred to me I got to wait for a little while. And thank you for hanging out, Decree. I hope you get into the beta. If you don't, I know you're very chill about it. You're much more chill about it than I think a few other people have been, and it makes me want you to get into the beta a little bit more because, you're not freaking out about it. But in any case, thank you for being around to share it with me. I hope you all have a good time in Dendrians. Have a good night.